Police running all in and out the building. What the hell is going on?
Congregation! Pull up.
What up, low?
Hey, what's good? What's good, YouTube? What's good, Raider Nation? And y'all know what it is. Shout out to the congregation. The congregation is in the building, man. Look, this is the congregation live. I'm going to talk my little, little bit for a little bit. Then I'm going to let the congregation come in and pull up. But, hey, if you ain't a part of the congregation, quit playing with yourself. Go ahead and subscribe, click the like button, and say something in the comments. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how you can be a part of the congregation. And let me tell you this. Let me tell you this about the congregation. The congregation is the best chat that YouTube has to offer. And if you ain't a part of that best chat that YouTube has to offer, you need to quit playing with yourself. Go ahead and subscribe. Click the like button. Why? Because I like you. I actually do. And say something. Talk to me. Because you know what? Here at Raider Twuan, those that are in congregation already know. If you guys talk to me, I talk back. Y'all talk, I talk back. That's how it goes down over here. I hit y'all up. I said, hey, I want to do a live, this weekend, because we had a Thursday night game, and we're going to talk about that. But I wanted to have a live, and talk about the game, and whatever else is on my mind. But I was like, should I do a Raider Twuan live where it's just me? Or should I have the congregation live where, I let the congregation come in and they get to spit their Raider gospel. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, some know what the Raider gospel is. Go ahead and put Raider gospel in the chat. But those that don't know, get ready, because this week actually, because it is Sunday, and this is the first day of the week. This week, I will be dropping the video on what is the Raider, what is Raider gospel? What does that mean? But for those that are already on board with the congregation, that know how we get down over here at Raider Twuan, you guys already know what Raider gospel is all about. And I'm over here bumping my gums, talking all this stuff, and I didn't even get y'all the Raider Twuan. Brown cracker salute. Let me give y'all another one. This one is for the congregation. Brown crackers, baby. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And you guys know what I do. I'm gonna do it early. You know what I'm saying? Like me and Big Shirley. All that rhyme. You see all that? You see all that? Get it? Shout out to Big Shirley. Love you, Shirley. Shout out to Shirley. I gotta shout out Shirley. Yes, sir. Those, look, Let me get this going for y'all. Get the ticker going for y'all. Set that up. You guys know I gotta pay the bills, right? You guys know I gotta pay the bills. Paying the bills is be an organ donor. Here at Raider Twuan, we are advocates for being an organ donor. If you're interested in the information on how to be an organ donor, you can always look in the description of all of my lives, all of my videos, and you'll see the link on how to be an organ donor. Also, if you are live, if you're watching this live and you want the information on how to be an organ donor, all you have to do is put exclamation point DON in the chat. Don, okay? That's short for donor. Get that exclamation point DON in the chat, and then that will give you the link on how to be an organ donor. Also, if you need prayer for you and your family members, okay? Here at Raider Twuan, I am the chaplain of the MWA, but I'm also the chaplain I consider myself the chaplain of the nation, okay? So if you need prayer on whatever's going on in your life, if you've never done it before, but you're interested in trying it out, come holler at me. Hit me up on IG. I did it right. I did it right. Right there on IG. At Twuan, TWUAN, TWUAN. Also, if you are live in the chat, all you have to do is put exclamation point pray. That's right, exclamation point PRAY. And I probably can almost guarantee you that there's somebody that already put it in the chat. So if you look at the chat, if you look in the conversation of the chat, exclamation point PRAY gives you the link to my IG. Then from my IG, what you can do is you can slide into my DM, say, hey, I need prayer for a job. Hey, one of my family members is sick. Whatever the situation may be going on, okay? Hit me up on IG. Send your prayer request there on IG, and then I'll make sure that I get in touch with you in regards to praying. Also, if you are, this is another one too, and you guys please don't forget this. If we are live, it doesn't matter who is on panel. It doesn't matter what we're talking about. If we're on a Raider Twuan live, if you want prayer on the spot, if you're like, hey, can you pray for me right now? I'm going through something. I need you to pray for me right now. Okay. Put it in the comments. If I look at the comments, you guys know that because I talk to you guys, talk back. So if you put it in the comments, hey, I need prayer for da-da-da-da-da. Can you please pray for me? I'm praying for you on the spot. We're going to stop. I can be like, hey, Josh Jacobs did a great day today. Oh, wait, hold on. You said you need prayer. Okay. Let's pray. Okay. So if you need prayer on the spot, if all of a sudden you watching me live and all of a sudden, and I'm just saying this for an example, all of a sudden, when you got word that your auntie got rushed to the hospital and you say, hey, can you pray for my auntie that just, we just got word that she got rushed to the hospital. I'm praying on the spot. Okay. I don't play with that. You know what I'm saying? I also don't play with people being disrespectful. So here is always a safe place for you to spit your Raider gospel. You know what I'm saying? Let us know how you feel. And, as long as you're respectful with people's voices or whatever, it's all good here. We're gonna get it in today, and you'll see a little bit of that. You know what I'm saying? Because hopefully we got some people in the congregation that's getting ready, because I'm about to send that little whoop-de-wop. You know what I'm saying? The whoop-de... you know what I'm talking about. I will send the whoop-de-wop, and then y'all can come in and talk, spit your Raider gospel. We might even talk about some random stuff today. It might not be Raiders. It might be basketball. We're going to talk about whatever y'all want to talk about, because that's what the congregation live is about. We know we talk about Raiders here, but also we got some subscribers that are not Raider fans. You know what I'm saying? So they can pull up As long as they're respectful, you know what I'm saying, we could talk about it. And I'm gonna spit my gospel. You know what I'm saying? I'll let them know what I really feel about their team. You know what I'm saying? Respectfully. You dig? So that's what it's all about here at Raider Twuan. That's what the congregation is all about. Okay, it's all about positivity. It's all about love. It's all about talking about some good football, whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're about. You know what I'm saying? So definitely let me give y'all, you know what I'm saying, for those that may not know what the congregation is or what the definition of the congregation is. Let me give y'all that. Let me give y'all that. By definition, you guys, the congregation is a group of people assembled for religious worship. Okay. Hey, we love the Raiders. It's almost like a worship, you know what I'm saying? When we out there with the Raiders doing our thing, you know what I'm saying? So that is the first definition of congregation. And then the other one is a gathering of or collection of people. And this is a gathering and a collection of people. We all come from different walks of life. We all have different stories. If you guys know my story, some of you guys know my story, some of you guys don't. And you know, I'm not afraid to share my story. So if you stay with me, you'll learn my story. But we all come from different walks of life, all different kinds of things that have happened in our lives. But one thing that's for certain, whether, and most of us, and I'll say this as a majority, because again, not everybody is a Raider fan, but we all love the Raiders. Okay. Most of us all love the Raiders. You know what I'm saying? We got a couple of other fans that are in here, but they just love, you know, the truth. And that's what, you know, I'm here to spit is the Raider gospel. I'm here to spit the gospel, which is the truth. And, you know, my truth doesn't necessarily mean that that's exactly what it is and that's what it's going to be. Because I don't know. I don't have all the answers to it. You know what I'm saying? But I will try my best to break it down the best way I can do it possible so you guys can get it in and understand, you know, what's going on. So, shout out to everybody. I'm not even looking at exactly what you guys are saying. I'm actually seeing the number of chats that are flowing through here. You know what I'm saying? I will get to those in a second. Matter of fact, you guys know what time it is. Even if it's the congregation live or Raider Twuan live, y'all know what time it is. It is the Raider roll call. You know what time it is. It's Raider roll call. You know what time it is. It's Raider roll call. My name is Twuan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Raider roll call where I shout out everybody in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Give them a little blessings, a little was good, all of that. You know what I'm saying? Acknowledge everybody that's in the chat. I think I got something very special for you guys, and I'll bring that up after we do the Raider roll call. Something really special. I'm glad that we're doing the congregation live because it makes it even more special that I'm gonna pull this out for the first time tonight. So definitely, you guys, if you guys want to be a part of the congregation, like I said, all you got to do is subscribe. Click the like button. Why? Like I said, because I like you. I really do. I don't say that just to say that. I really do mean it. I like you. And also say something in the comments. And this is the perfect time to get your name on the roll call. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm about to shout out everybody, whether you're a Raider fan or a non-Raider fan. You know what I'm saying? I give a shout out to everybody in the chat. Who's the first person that is on deck today? Let me see. Man, I'm so excited. I hope y'all getting tuned up, you know what I'm saying? Get your little tea, get your water, whatever you guys need to do. You know what I'm saying? For those that are getting ready to pull up on screen, I can't wait to see you guys and talk some whatever. You know what I'm saying? Ladies and gentlemen, we got Rob Pena in the building. Shout out to Rob Pena. Rob Pena is blessing us with the brown crackers. You know what I'm saying? But You know what I'm saying? I'm going to have to give him a special Raider Twuan brown cracker salute. Auntie Six, my good guy, blessings to you. Hope all is well. Yeah, I'll hit you up later. I got to hit you up. Something just crossed my mind. I got to hit you up. Sam, blessings to you. Hope all is well on this day, on this great Sunday. All eyes on G. Ladies and gentlemen, the first mod that put his name on the roll is All Eyes on G. Thanks a lot for All Eyes on G. That is my guy. That is one of my mods. I ain't got too many mods, but I got the right mods, you dig? And All Eyes on G is definitely one of those. Captain Point is in the building. Captain is on point here at Raider Twuan. Shout out to you. Blessings to you on this day. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know what I'm saying? Wild Turkey, you know what I'm saying, is in the building. Shout out to Wild Turkey. Salute to you, my brother. Hope all is well on this great day. Who else is in the building? Who else is in the building? Milka BZ, like cereal. You know what I'm saying? I gotta say like cereal, even though he didn't say it like that. But Milka BZ is in the building. Yes, sir. Blessings to you on this day. Yeah. Let me see who else is in. Who else is on the roll? Who else is on the roll? You guys know Nightbot is in here doing its thing. Doing its thing. You guys remember, if you guys need prayer, All Eyes on G is on top of it. If you need prayer, exclamation point, get you the link on how to get prayer. D Menace, my guy, my ace, my mod, blessings to you on today. Hope all is well. Salute to you, my guy. Cool Kev, you guys already know Cool Kev, $2. Hey, Cool Kev, I hope you ready. You know what I'm saying? I hope you ain't just got your toes ready today. Cool Kev, this is the congregation live. You know what I'm saying? Yes, sir. Who else is in the building? Who else is in the building? J Dub is in the building. Shout out to J Dub. Blessings to you. Hope all is well. Yes, sir. Who else is in the building? Who else is in the building? Windows is playing around over here. Dismiss. All right. Nightbot. Hey, Afakasi. Yes, sir. Blessings to you. You know what I'm saying? Whatever time it is over there. But I'm glad that you got your name on the roll call. Blessings to you on today. And if you got some time, you know what I'm saying, you know you can always get online. Raphael, blessings to you. Hope all is well. Raphael is probably the most busiest live person I know. Every time I look at my phone, Raphael is going live. Shout out to Raphael getting in, putting in that work, you know what I'm saying, on YouTube. When I grow up one day, I want to be like Raphael, you know what I'm saying? For sure. Hey, that right now, hey, that's who put their name on the roll, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna have a couple, probably more, some people roll in, but hey, let me do this. Let me give Rob Pena, since he blessing everybody with the brown crackers, let me give him a special Rob Pena Raider Twuan brown cracker salute. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I wish I could pull it up even more, but you guys see my little background? You know what I'm saying? It looks the same, right? It looks the same. But let me crack this open for y'all. Let me show y'all the new background. And why am I showing the new background? because it's a member of the congregation who made it. Look, hey, the congregation, like I said, the congregation is the best chat that YouTube has to offer. And because the congregation is so freaking talented and so, man, I got so much, I can't even put the words together on how great the congregation is, that we got talent all through, you know what I'm saying, all through the congregation. And ladies and gentlemen, this one came from a member of the congregation. Bam! You guys, hey, look, wait, I wish I could, wait, hold on, let me see if I can pull this off. Let me see. Give me, you know, you guys know I'm trying to figure this thing out. Hold on. Talent, if you got something, you know, that you want to, you know, if you make beats or something, or you got, you know what I'm saying, something that you can bring to the channel, hey, I'm here for it, okay? So definitely you guys can send me whatever, you know what I'm saying, and if it works, I'll plug it in. So shout out to All Eyes on G, who's a very solid guy. He's not only my mod, but he's a part of the congregation, and he did that. So definitely stay tuned for a lot more to come in that effort. But man, I'm so excited. I'm blown away. You know, with the people that come and say, "Hey, I just want to bless you in the channel." You know what I'm saying? That means a whole lot to me. And you guys coming and watching, you know what I'm saying? I see when you guys are here on live, but I also check when you guys are watching the replays and stuff like that. It means a whole lot to me when you guys do that. So shout out to the congregation for being solid, clicking the like button all the time, saying something in the comments, all the stuff that you do for this channel. You know what I'm saying? If you share this with other YouTubers and say, hey, you know what I'm saying, get Twuan on your channel. You know what I'm saying? That means a lot to me. I appreciate you guys doing that. And you guys shouting out the channel, you know what I'm saying, in other places. I've been on lives and y'all was like, shout out to the congregation. I'm like, oh snap, we over here real thick. You know what I'm saying? So thank you guys for definitely doing that. Always shouting out the congregation, because the congregation, like I said, is the best chat that YouTube has to offer. And that's all because of you guys. Let me see what y'all got in the chat here. See what y'all got in the chat. So now y'all will see the new background popping. This is the first time it came out. I wanted to make sure that it was a special day. You know what I'm saying? And this is a special day for the congregation. And definitely I wanted All Eyes on G to see his work, you know what I'm saying, definitely put out there. So shout out to All Eyes on G, man. For real, for real. Let me see. Let me see. Hey, matter of fact, let's just do this. Let me get the link. You know what I'm saying? Let me get the whoop de wop. Let me get the whoopty wop. If you guys have not taken a moment to click the like button, why? Because I like you. Copy. There we go. I'm gonna drop the whoopty wop, and then you guys can pull up. I'm gonna definitely look at the chat while you guys, you know what I'm saying, get your stuffs together, put your makeup on. No, I'm just playing. You know what I'm saying? I know. Well, I know some people wear makeup, but we're gonna leave that here and there. But ladies and gentlemen, the whoopty wop is in the chat. So if you guys want to pull up, you guys can. Auntie Six, what's good, Twuan? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm looking at your chats. If you guys had any questions or anything like that, but if you guys want to pull up, you guys don't have to pull up with your camera on. You can, have your camera off as long as you let me know who you are. You know what I'm saying? If you don't gotta if I can't identify who you are, definitely please let me know. Because I'm getting to know you guys too at the same time. J Dub is in the building. Kukev, saluting everybody. You already know. Hey, you know what time it is. It's ready to roll call. You know what? hey, we got a couple of songs over here. We got the Raider roll call. We got panties on the ground. You know what I'm saying? Looking like a fool with your panties on the ground, with the gold in your mouth, hat turned sideways, pants at the ground. You looking like a fool walking downtown with your panties on the ground. Panties on the ground. Speaking of panties on the ground, we didn't have much panties last game. That's all right. We don't like panties on the ground. Yes, sir. Nightbot telling y'all to subscribe. Quit playing with yourself. Go ahead and subscribe. I know it's late. I know that's what you usually do around this time, but go ahead and click that subscribe button. Yep. I think I'm going to plan a range day event. Okay. For some time. Get at me. Get at me. You know what I'm saying? Get at me. If I can't make it, you know what I'm saying, I'll definitely, put your information out. You know what I'm saying? If that's what you're doing. If you guys get, like, again, congregation, if y'all got something positive going on, you know what I'm saying, whatever it is, you know what I'm saying, I'm here to support it. That's what that's what I'm about. I know you guys are, like I said, you guys are getting to know me, and I'm getting to know you guys. So if there's something you do, like, hey, this is what I do, whatever, we can definitely connect on that. Let me see here. There you go, you guys. The link is the Twua is in the chat. You guys come in, pull up, talk a little bit, because we definitely got to break down. And I'll, as time goes by, we definitely are going to be talking about this past Thursday. Because the Raiders gave the Chargers the business. I don't care what nobody say. So bad. The Raiders gave them the business. And it was so bad that it came out to be looking like this, though. It came out to be looking like this. Right? And I pull this up because I want you guys to get this. I know I'm not going to say you guys ain't smart, but I just want you guys to let this set in. Because this is a historical game. What we saw Thursday. If you didn't watch the game, you know what I'm saying, because you had something else going on, I would say watch the highlights, but I don't even think the highlights would justify what happened on Thursday Night Football. We got something historical here with the Raiders on Thursday night. 63 points. You had 8 people score touchdowns. What else happened? We had a defensive tackle score a touchdown. Big John Jenkins came through, scored a touchdown. You know what I'm saying? We had this happen.
He's had to battle through. He was let go by the Pats. He's picked up here by Antonio Pierce, who coached him in high school, Long Beach Poly, and at Arizona State. Believes in him, gives him another chance and another opportunity. And at Easton Stick, nothing he can do there.
Hey, if that one didn't work for you, you know what I'm saying? Maybe this one will.
Second down and 13. Oh, baby. Unbelievable. Jack Jones. They do it again. Second down and 13. Oh, baby. Unbelievable. Jack Jones. They do it again.
I had to show it again, you know what I'm saying? Because Jack Jones went over there and took Easton Stick's cookies. Look, and I told you guys, you guys know here at Raider Twuan, y'all know what goes down. And I told y'all about Jack Jones. I told y'all how I felt about Jack Jones. And guess what? Jack Jones delivered. That interception, he read the play top to bottom and wasn't for play. He went in and put in that work. Shout out to Jack Jones. You know what I'm saying? And I hope that Jack Jones continues to do his thing, as I believe that he will, because he's starting to, get a little comfortable. Yeah, and that's a good thing. That is a great thing. Definitely. Give me 1 second here. I see you guys in the chat. Yeah. Yep. There we go. There we go. See what y'all got in the chat. Yes, sir. For sure. It's like, with Jack Jones, I especially with him, I said, with Jack Jones, he has to take it's going to take him some time to adjust. It's going to take him some time to get acclimated to what he really has to do, you know what I'm saying, in regards to this team. And I think he's finally getting his foot in. He's finally getting his foot in. And I honestly, even though some people are trying to say, yeah, he's just going to be here for a year, I think honestly, Jack Jones is going to be here long term. Well, at least I would like him to be here long term. But that also kind of gives you an indicator of what I feel in regards to our head coaching too. You have a situation where and you guys can let me know in the chat. I'm trying to grab something. Let me know in the chat what you guys think about Antonio Pierce being our head coach. Let me know what you guys think about him being our head coach moving forward. Let me see. You guys got all eyes on G. Guys said he was 100 for sure. You guys got for Antonio Pierce. I feel like Antonio Pierce, he still has some things to learn. He has things where, you have rookies being rookies, and that's just it. But with that being said, I feel like the way that he's motivated this team, the way that this team is fighting for him to be the head coach, it's gonna make it real tough on Mark Davis. It's gonna take a whole lot for him not to the best way I can explain it is that it's gonna be tough because if Mark goes in a different direction, I think what really will happen is there'll be some rumblings of an uproar, and it really comes down to, for me, the question mark is really if Bo is going to be able to step up and actually be that offensive guy. And I was talking to Raider Ben, and he said some things that actually, like, I understood where he was coming from too. It's like, hey, we need somebody like a real veteran offensive coordinator, and that might change our roster. Because you really think that every coach, it will want to bring in its own people. They'll have their own guys that they want to bring in, and do we want to mess with that? Versus, and I've said it before, it's like one of those, do we want to retool where we're just getting a couple of pieces that fit what we already got, or do we want to go back and have to do a rebuild? You have a retool versus a rebuild. Retool is when you pick a couple of people and it actually works, or you rebuild, and that means you're almost wiping out your whole roster and starting all over. And you guys can put it in the chat. What pieces do we need? Some might shout out offensive line. Some might shout out we need some corners. Some might shout out we need linebackers. We might need help at the defensive tackle situation. And those are things that we all have to look at. Do we want, where we are as a team, do we want to rebuild, or do we want to retool? You guys let me know. Let me know what you guys think and how you guys feel on that. Do you want to retool, or do you want to rebuild? Do you guys want to retool, or do you guys want to rebuild? Because, like I said, if you say rebuild, that means you're even going different in your coaching. Because, like I said, the way that things have been going, if you go with different coaching, as much as you may say, oh yeah, you got to work with what we got here, they're gonna go opposite. because they already have in their mind who they think will get the job done for them. And in most cases, it's not who's on the roster. Perfect example. What did we run? What did we run into when we hired McDaniels? What did McDaniels start doing? Started bringing in all of his guys, and there's some of his guys that are still here. And one of them that I was pounding the table for was for him to be out of here is Brandon Bolden. And what did Brandon Bolden do on Thursday? He ran the fastest that he ever ran in his life for a touchdown on a direct snap to the left, and then for a touchdown. You know, you got Jacob Johnson, one of his guys. You know, where I would ask the question, where is Wilkerson? You know, where is Wilkerson? A guy that Josh McDaniels identified and said, "Oh yeah, he's my guy." And where has that left us? D-Minute said, keep AP, get a proven OC, retool the team, not rebuild. Okay. It's crazy how, looking at how our roster is and how things were in our roster, how there was a point where, and I was guilty of saying it. I'll bring myself to the table. I said the first person that was going to be out of here was Patrick Graham, just because of politics, and how that turned out to be the best side of ball. And maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. You guys can tell me, but I don't think anybody's asking for Patrick Graham's job at this point. And I would be ventured to say that if Patrick Graham actually had some talent, and I'm not going to say he doesn't have talent, but like if he actually had a little more talent in the roster that he had, this defense would be really scary. Patrick Graham is really making the best of the situation. And it turns out, in production-wise, the best side of ball. And shout out to Patrick Graham. That's why I feel like if only we just let Patrick Graham go for another season and add more to that side of the ball via draft, maybe even free agency if we got a little extra change, right? But I think we can get what we need in the draft. So if we draft focusing on really what Patrick Graham wants, Now we've created a system. And what I mean by a system is now we actually have people that will that come in 2 years, 3 years and know what's expected. And that is a key to success. Shout out to Raider Joe in the building. But you know what needs to be done in reference to what D-Menace said. And you know, like I posed the question in getting a proven offensive coordinator, what is that going to do in regards to our roster? Is that offensive coordinator going to say, you know what, I think we got the pieces here, and I think we do offensively. I think the obvious is that we have to deal with our offensive line. Because they played well last week, but weeks prior, we've been all looking, you know, kind of with that side eye to our offensive line. And you guys know here who I talk about all the time, you know, the Andre negative 3,000, because he's giving us negative 3,000 yards by letting the player in front of him get past him. And I think last week, that was one of the key factors, is that the person they decided to plug in at center actually did a better job. All eyes on G. I feel the same, D-Menace. I definitely don't want a full rebuild. And that's where I'm at. You know, I really wish I could, you know, bring up something to disagree with you guys, but it's not necessarily because it's not because, oh, I'm tired of losing. I'm tired of, you know, I just feel like the roster we got, I feel like there's enough pieces there to where we can actually do something. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a guest in the building. I'm so happy he's here. Hey, he's touching area codes and he's touching different continents. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Afakasi Raider in the building.
What's going on, Twuan? It's a pleasure to be here and first time in the congregation. How are you, brother?
Yeah, man. Blessings to you on today, man. I decided to do I don't normally run at this time, so it's a little different, but I just wanted to have a little chit chat with the congregation and whoever else that decides to, you know, get in and talk. So I don't know how long you were in the backstage, but what are your thoughts on our coaching?
Well, you know, I was waiting around for about a good 20 minutes until you finally noticed me. So, yeah.
Really?
Thanks for getting there in the end.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm kidding, man. I'm fucking with you. It's only
Okay.
2 minutes.
I was like, man, I hope you know, because sometimes I get it going and I forget to look down. Like, oh yeah, I forgot to put the.
Well, plus I don't have my cam up, so you can't see me like kind of waving around or anything like that. So it's all good.
Yeah.
Sorry, did you ask me something?
What are your thoughts on the coaching, so far?
Well, post Josh McDaniels or for
Yeah.
the year? All right. Well, I heard you talking about Patrick Graham. I'm not gonna exempt myself from guilt. I was probably even louder than you were before the season. I mean, how many times was I saying in jest that he was the messiah of the defense, and how many times was I pretty much being very critical of Patrick Graham? I was probably the most critical of anybody, and for what it's worth, like, I'm happy to admit I was wrong. He has definitely proven to be the guy this season, and I'm glad that he did.
Yeah.
And I'm more than happy to move forward with him. And you're right, like, he hasn't, like, there are nice pieces there on the defense, but he hasn't, like, had a full, like, what am I looking for? He hasn't been able to fully tool up his defense the way that would make it so it's like, right, he's got everything at his disposal, so to say. You know what I mean? Like, there's still moves to be made, and he's only had 2 seasons with us. So, for what he's done with the resources that he's been given, I think he's done a fantastic job. It's kudos to him. Bo Hardigree, the offensive coordinator, I mean, who's not going to be happy with the job he did last week? A job well done, especially since a lot of people were getting very critical of him after the last 2 losses. Or how many times did we lose in a row? Was it twice or 3 times?
We lost 3.
3, right?
Yeah.
So the noise is getting louder. Like, I didn't like what I saw up until this week, but at the same time, I'm not going to crucify him or Antonio Pierce, being that they were thrust into these positions. They weren't. This wasn't what they were, and this wasn't what they initially signed up for. If that makes sense, you know what I mean. They were given these positions due to circumstance, being with what happened with that old regime. So, up until this week, it hadn't been good enough outside of those New York games, but to come around and score a record number of points, job well done. And Antonio Pierce, like, I really like what I see from him. Especially, I like his passion, I like his sincerity, and I like that. I like what he brings to the table from a personality perspective. Can he succeed in the long run when it comes to, like, the technicalities and fundamentals and X's and O's when it comes to a head coach? Time will tell. Will we give him more time? I'm not sure. If we do, fantastic. If we don't, if we find somebody that we might think is better, okay, cool. I just don't want him to make the same mistakes like we did with that last head coaching regime, because I was never sold on them, and they unfortunately proved my reservations to be right, if not worse than what I would have imagined. I mean, I didn't think it was going to go great with the last regime, but I didn't think it was going to be an absolute disaster the way it was. So yeah, that's my takes on the coaching situation.
Yeah, and even with Bo, I think Bo was in more of a situation of make do. You know what I'm saying? Like, make do with what you have. And it was like he had a playbook that wasn't his. He had a rookie quarterback, a 3rd string quarterback. You know what I'm saying? According to,
and he's never called games before. He's never been in that position.
Exactly. And it was just like, okay, make the best out of this situation. And I think, and I said it a few weeks ago, talking about, I don't know if you caught what I was saying when I said rookies being rookies, but that's really what it was, is, you have a rookie doing rookie things, and we have to allow for him to make those mistakes, but also learn from those mistakes. And
you talking about O'Connell, or are you talking about him as being an offensive coordinator?
I'm talking, and it works with all. It works with all 3 of those. It works with Aiden O'Connell. It works with Bo Hardigree, and it also works with Antonio Pierce. You know what I'm saying? And as much as Antonio Pierce, I think Antonio Pierce has learned quicker and made some quicker adjustments in regards to, the position that he's in. But you have a situation where they're all learning.
Yeah.
And that's
No,
probably the
I'm
best
with
thing
you.
that we can. That's probably the best thing that we can ask for out of them in that position. You know what I'm saying? Because they've never been in these positions before. You know what I'm saying? At this level. So
I'm with you. I
take
guess the
take
question
take the
is
bumps.
like, which of these three, if any, or if all three, would you? Yeah, I'm with you. I give them concessions, but which of those three are you going to say, right, like they've shown me enough to say I'm going to give them more time and hopefully they can prove to turn out in the end, or would you be willing to move on from any, if not all three, from with going with a better option?
The only question, and I've already put my video out there saying that I want all of them just to stay, just to have a team of consistency, you know what I'm saying, and possibly have some type of system. You know, I keep thinking about, you know, and I know it's college football, but you know, I keep thinking about like the Alabamas and the Clemsons, and you know what I'm saying, like why are those teams always in the top of you know, of the college realm? It's because of the consistency. They can have their defensive coordinator have players and you know, whoever that player is their senior year be in that same system, in that same them same calls for 3 years, you know what I'm saying, at least, you know what I'm saying, unless you get a hot shot where you know, he's one and done, or you know, because you do have some of those guys, but it in most cases they have a system of, you know, the linebacker, the starting linebacker in his junior year has been on the team. You know what I'm saying? He didn't start the first 2 years, but he's been in the system, and now junior year, he's the starter. He knows what he's doing, and he's out there ready to run. And I feel like that could be our place, even with the guys that we have. If you allow Bo to set up a his own playbook that obviously he knows the player, so now you know he's calling plays that actually fit what personnel we have. He doesn't have to worry about, and that's the other thing. When you bring in a newer person, you gotta give them the learning curve on actually learning who these players are. You know, you gotta allow that new offensive coordinator to get his hands on these players to know what he can do with them. Well, guess what? Bo already knows these guys. You know what I'm saying? So I with that being said, though, if you ask me who would I have to put a question mark on, it would be on Bo.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And it's gonna take him, for me, and I already, like I said, I put my video out, but it's gonna wait. I'm gonna have to wait until the end of the year and allow these last couple of games to see what he's done. Because yes, he did an amazing job on I mean, not on Sunday, but on Thursday. And the change that he did do was that he was up in the sky.
Right.
So let's see what he does up in the sky against the Chiefs. What does he do against, the Broncos, even though they didn't play well, this past Sunday, they're still hot. I'll say it like that. They still
How
are
did
kind of on a
they
hot
go?
trend.
I haven't been following the games today. What happened with the Broncos?
They lost.
Okay, but they have been catching fire lately. I do know that.
Yeah, because remember they was really looking bad in the beginning of the season, and then all of a sudden they went on a run. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So there's still somewhat there's still some temperature there. You know what I'm saying? So what does Bo do against that?
And I hate to damper a win. Like I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm very happy, and it's a game that I'll always remember. But at the same time, like we caught a Chargers team that is morally where we were at when we were under McDaniels, right?
Yep.
And you know, the skills might be there, but at the end of the day, when a team's morale and confidence is low, it brings out the worst in them. And we were lucky enough to catch the Chargers at that point, and we were able to affect such a beatdown. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do against the likes of the Chiefs, the Broncos, and the Colts. All three teams are, as far as I know, in playoff contention. And the Chiefs, we all know what the Chiefs have done to us for the last 10 years, and I'm pretty sick of it. So it's going to be a real test for all three of them to see, because it's still evaluation time for those guys. Like, I mean, Aiden O'Connell's not going anywhere. He's going to stay a Raider until his rookie contract is gone, unless we cut him, which we're not going to do. I guess the question is, moving forward, is he going to be the guy we build around, or are we going to bring someone else in the door next year? Because I still think the jury is out. I'm leaning more towards we're going to get somebody else, but we'll see what happens. I'm happy that he had a good game last week. Antonio Pierce, it could go either way. I've already given you my thoughts on him, but like, if we retain him, I'll be happy. If we don't, as long as we get someone better, cool. I'll roll with it. Hard agree. I don't believe we will retain, unless like he has, like, I don't know, if he does this 3 consecutive times, and then you'd have no choice but to keep a guy like that. But like, it's like I said, I'm not gonna burn any of these guys at the stake, being they were all thrust into positions that they weren't expected to be in at year's start, and you know, they've all had various degrees of success. So
yeah, and you know, with these guys are, you know, it's, to me, you can tell that these guys are fighting for Antonio Pierce.
Right.
You know,
And I do like that.
And he and even in last week, I like that he was yelling at, you know, the backups, because of, you know, because they decided to, you know, take it easy. You know, and I don't, you know, I know you probably saw that too, where
Yes.
you saw Antonio Pierce
on my live. Like, Joe brought that up, and I was saying to Joe, like, I appreciate those little things that he does. He has the personality that's going to have players gravitate and galvanize around him, something Josh McDaniels most definitely did not. Just the little things, like, I like what I see. And it's like I said, like, he definitely has the right personality, the right passion to be the head coach moving forward, and something that's going to what's the word I'm looking for? Inspire, like, the young players to want to play for him, and they are. You know what I mean? Like, it seems very glaringly obvious they're playing for him to stay, and they want him to stay, much like Rich Bisaccia, and very much unlike Josh McDaniels. No one was playing for that piece of shit. They were partying. They were literally partying when he was out the door.
Yeah.
I'd never seen that before, ever in a locker room, where they're smiling, dancing, parading, like they were having a parade, so to say. But anyways, that's yesterday's news, right?
Yeah, and you know, you were talking about, you know, and I don't want you to think that I'm, like, you know, trying to go totally negative on, you know, your statement in regards to us going against the Chargers, because I agree with you that they were downtrodden spirited team, you know, that we were going against. But you know, we've also, you know, as long as we've been Raider fans, we've seen this team, you know, go against those teams and still get beat. You know, it's like, we should be, you know, taking their morals, taking their, you know what I'm saying? They should be having to take some mental health classes after we finish putting the slack, you know, a whipping on them, and we turned around and gave them hope. You know,
do you remember that? Was it 2020 or 2021 where we beat the Jets on the final play via throw from Derek Carr to Henry Ruggs on a
Yes.
cover zero. And that was a team that was what, 0-14, and we just beat them on the last play of the game when we were still kind of in playoff. I believe it was 2020 because we were still kind of in playoff contention. And it was yes, it was Henry Ruggs' rookie season, but it's like, you know, this is the kind of game that we need to be having against like teams like that, not like we're just beating them on the last play, or we played the Bears earlier this year, a team that was kind of in the same spot, and we let an undrafted free agent rookie basically beat us. You know what I mean? What's his name? Tyson Bagent or whatever.
Yeah. You know,
So you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Ty.
Me and SC talk about it all the time. We're like, you know, here goes the time we make a backup of a backup. You know, look like
making us somebody,
look like Joe
nobody
Montana.
to somebody.
You know,
Nick Mullins into the next coming of Steve Young, right?
Right, and even and you said Nick Mullins, like I had flashbacks of, oh, they just switched quarterbacks. Watch what happens. And guess what happened? He didn't score a touchdown, but guess what? He was marching down the field a little easier.
Right.
You know, and it's like, here we go. You know what I'm saying? They made,
I was getting shades of 2018. It was that embarrassing of a loss and that bad of a beatdown by not even a first string backup, not even their like a third string backup that never started a down of football. And yet, do you remember that beatdown 2018? Oh my God, it was a calamity. It was embarrassing.
Yeah, you know, and that even just going back to, because I keep hopping around a little bit, but when you're talking about that Jets game, they did a zero cover blitz, and our benefit was that we had the cheat code of Henry Ruggs, where Derek Carr, all he to be honest with you, Derek Carr was under duress, and he just said, I'm just gonna throw it up there. And all of a sudden you see Ruggs running right under it, you know what I'm saying? Because he was just so fast, you know what I'm saying? And of course, Derek had the arm to put a ball up there enough to give his, you know, wide receiver a chance.
Right.
But it shouldn't even came down to that, you know.
No.
And that's you know, we run into that all the time, and that's why I can't blame, you know, those that have that, I don't know, because even like, and I'll say this even about the Chargers game, I said I don't know, because they said in average, I believe they said the Chargers average, like they haven't scored past 11 points. So, you know, in that math, you think, okay, all you got to do is score more than, you know, 2 touchdowns and you won the game. But I was like, we just played the Vikings and we couldn't score at all.
Score 1 point.
and especially with this team, you know what I'm saying? Because we've been talking, you know, kind of most of us have been talking under, you know, kind of on the side note of, we can't even score 21 points. You know, we always talk about, oh, we haven't scored over 20. You know,
well, for last week I was happy just to score 3.
I was happy that we were, you know, and I was talking to JT because I called him during the game. I was like, dude, we scored 21 points in the first quarter. We better score 40. And I was like, in my mind, I was like, we better score 42. Because there's no way you're telling me that we have 3 quarters left of football and we can't score a touchdown in every quarter. The way that we were playing, I was like, there's no way that and I was like, at least we're going to get 42. We better get 42.
We could have broken all kinds of records if we kept the foot on the pedal. I mean, like that last quarter, we we were a lot more conservative, especially on offense. But we definitely could have scored more than what we ended up doing. Like we could have put more points on the board, which is crazy to think about, right? A team that's been struggling on offense, and here we are scoring more points we never have in Raider history. And salute, cool cat. I see you in the building. What's going on, brother?
Yeah, and there was a point, and going back to just hearing in my head, hearing the production of the game, there was a point where all we had to do was score 10 more points to get the NFL record.
Right.
And
I wanted that too, but it seemed evident that they took the foot off the gas.
Yeah, they definitely did, because they squandered. I would say, I think there was like 7 minutes left, or 7+ minutes left.
Right.
By at that point, like I think
so.
there was still almost a full quarter left of football.
Because Jack
And
Jones scored our last touchdown, didn't he?
yeah,
Our last
he
points of the
did.
game. Yeah.
He did. And I said it earlier, but Jack Jones was a guy that when I identified him in the combine, and then Belichick got him, and I was like, oh, okay, makes sense. Belichick would want, a guy like this, on his, and he was doing well over there.
Right. I heard.
And then, we were able
He
to
had
get
that
him.
gun
I
situation.
was excited about that.
Yeah, he got released from the Patriots apparently because he got arrested at the airport carrying 2 firearms. But there was also some other character concerns. I mean, from what I understand, the guy had almost first-round talent. It's just off the field issues kind of kept it being that way, and he went in the 3rd or 4th round or something like that.
Yeah.
But he graded very highly with his rookie season in pass coverage. And then they ended up releasing him because of these off the field issues and that. But their loss is our gain. And I got to be honest, like I don't know too much football outside Raider football. I had to do my own research after we signed the guy, because I got to be honest, I was who I vaguely may have heard of him, but like I hadn't been paying attention. But then when I started to do my research, I was like, okay, this guy has some talent, and sure enough, he's like, even in his first game against the Chiefs, was like, wow, this guy's he was getting a lot of game time on the outside. I don't know if you remember, like they pulled Marcus Peters and Jack Jones was there. I mean, he didn't light the house on fire, but I noticed he was doing pretty well with all things considered. Like I was like, okay, this guy's doing okay. And I've just noticed him since then making some plays, and obviously being the one that he made against the Chiefs, I was like, wow, like I really like this guy, and I brought it up on my own live. He's giving me shades of David Amerson. Remember when we signed Dave Amerson back in the day when he first came over as a Raider? He was another guy who kind of languished, possibly because of off the field issues or whatever it may be. And then we took a chance on them, and sure enough, like it took them a few games, but they started to make some plays, like right off the rip, so to say. And that's what he's kind of given me vibes for, and I hope he's even better and more productive than Emerson, because Emerson was good for a season or two and then he kind of fell off after his injury. But Jack Jones, like there doesn't seem to be any health issues, and like the thing that will hold him back obviously is the character concern, the off the field issues. But if we do move forward with Antonio Pierce, there's going to be no one better to mentor this guy than Antonio Pierce, being that like they already have a past relationship. He coached him, from what I understand, back in high school. So
high school, and then
there's already that relationship there. And if somebody's going to keep him in check, because Antonio Pierce has already proven like he's putting up with no bullshit off the field. Like look what he did with Marcus Peters. Look what he did with Tima. You know what I'm saying? Like he already showed them the door. You know what I mean? And like that's not going to happen under his watch. Hopefully not with Jack Jones. And here would be the best chance if any, if he's going to have a successful career, because the talent is there. You know what I mean? From a skill level, it's just keeping his mind, focus, and motivation on the right track instead of, I don't know, the distractions of Vegas getting the better of him, right?
Yeah, and that was the, and that was a good comparison that you shared in Amerson, because I feel like Amerson did come in with the he was a little rough around the edges, but there was talent there. And,
Right.
we were able, to have Antonio Pierce here, and that's one of the things also that I like about him is that he's not afraid to get in whoever's face, if they're not, playing up to par, you know what I'm saying?
No.
And that was exactly what happened with Marcus Peters. He was not as as people want to identify Marcus Peters and his rough edges. Antonio Pierce was still not afraid to get in his face and give him a what for, in that effort. So if anybody could get Jack Jones in line, I think it would be Antonio Pierce. Why? Because he was not only his head coach, in high school, but he was also, a coach that was on that side of the ball, in college. You know what I'm saying? Jack Jones has been with Antonio Pierce. This is his third occasion of having Antonio Pierce as some part of an authority coaching aspect of him. So I for Antonio Pierce having the like almost like a puppet, knowing what strings to pull to get whatever out of Jack Jones. Like there was a presser and they asked AP about Jack Jones. He's like, yeah, I had to pull him, you know what I'm saying, pull him to the side because he was talking too much, and then all of a sudden he got the interception and he really started going, and I had to pull him in. And like just having a coach that knows, hey, yeah, he's talking stuff, but now he got this interception, he's definitely gonna be doing, I'm gonna have to pull him aside again. Just having that knowledge of your players and what to do with certain people, and right. I said that with McDaniels.
McDaniel.
I said that with McDaniels. It's like, you gotta, as a head coach, you gotta know what makes a player tick. You know what I'm saying? If Afakasi, I'm gonna use you as an example. If I know Afakasi loves the snack Cheez-Its, then I might be like, hey, I need you to get get an interception, and a box of Cheez-Its is gonna be at your house. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to know those certain things about your players and figure out what makes them tick to get the best result out of them. And I don't think, like I said, I don't think McDaniels was doing that with our players. You know what I'm saying?
He just wasn't a personable kind of guy, even just a little bit, you know what I mean? But that's the very 180-degree difference between him and AP, is that the guy is very personable. And he's a guy that, like, say, someone like Jack Jones, who's from the other side of the tracks. I mean, Antonio Pierce was from the other, he grew up on the other side of the tracks. So players are going to be motivated and gravitate and be inspired by that, you know what I mean? That they're going to listen to him as more of a, not just a coach trying to dictate to you how it goes, but a guy who's, as you Americans like to say, is more like a big homie, you know what I mean? Someone that they respect, you know what I mean? They're going to listen to him and his advice. And when he does come down on them, it's not, you know what I mean? Like, it is tough love, but like, it's going to come from a place of respect rather than like, it's a my way or the highway, because I'm the all-knowing Mr. Josh friggin' McDaniels, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's a very personable kind of guy, and his background, like I said, like, it's gonna really get like these young players to want to play for, and they are wanting to play for him. And you were saying, like, how Antonio Pierce had to kind of pull him back into line, but this is another thing I brought up on my live when Joe mentioned it about Antonio Pierce. Do you remember when Jack Jones, after he did all the handshaking to the players on the field, do you remember the first player to greet Jack Jones on the sideline and give him 3 slaps to the hand? Did you see that footage?
No. You have to refresh my memory.
It was Antonio Pierce.
Got it.
He gave, when players give him the 3 kind of hand slaps in a row, like the,
Yeah.
You know, that was Antonio Pierce, and I remember seeing that. I was like, and he said something along the lines of, you know, that's my motherfucker or something like that. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? And it's something like that again. Like, it's just the little things that I like. You would never see McDaniels doing something like that. You know what I mean? Be like, yeah, great job, Boston Scrine. You know what I mean? Like, just it came from a place of sincerity, genuine passion, and love. You know what I'm saying? And I like that about Antonio Pierce. It's just something
And
that was going to force more of a conversation of whether we keep him in the door. So we'll have
yeah,
to wait and see, right?
and that's why, you know, I think, you know, for some people we have the traditionalists of the Raiders, and, you know, they feel like, you know, the head coach needs to be, you know, a coordinator. You know what I'm saying? He has to know, is he a defensive coordinator and he's going to be running our defense and be our head coach, or is he going to be our offensive coordinator and, you know, be our head coach at the same time? And I'm like, a head coach doesn't necessarily have to be, you know what I'm saying? I think no matter what, I think Antonio Pierce is always going to kind of be, you know, more leaning towards the defensive side of the ball. But, you know, we don't necessarily have to have a head coach that is calling plays, you know.
I guess that brings you back to what you were saying about like Bo Hardigree and that. I guess if we were to keep to that point, if we were to keep Antonio Pierce, thank you for what you've been able to do with the resources you were given and being thrust into a situation. But I'd be ready to move on with and try and find someone maybe a little bit more experienced and has more of a X's and O's understanding on the offensive side of the ball, especially when it comes to coordinating and play calling in that specific role. Someone who's a little bit more seasoned than Poe Hardigree. But that's, like I said, I'm not going to burn him at the stake. I think with all things considered, all three of them have done a reasonable job.
Yeah. Because, you know, even like you said, the jury's still out on Bo, and it's like, you know, what if all it took was for Bo to be in the sky? You know what I'm saying? Like, if all of a sudden that him being in the, you know, when I'm talking about being in the sky, I'm talking about being in the box. Like,
I know what you're talking about.
If he's in the sky and all of a sudden this offense just is now scoring 28 points a game, you know, and honestly, that's where I think that's the marker for us, even for, you know, and not trying to jump too ahead because I'm still kind of stuck on the Chargers game right now. But I think if we score 28 points against the Chiefs, the way this defense is playing, I think we got a game. You know, I think we have a strong chance of actually winning the game. And, you know, if he can get that out of this offense, I'm like, hey, I'm ready to roll with it, you know, and for reasons that I've already said before. So it's definitely something to look at, you know, definitely something to watch. But I think out of the three, I think the most solid person is Patrick Graham.
Yeah, definitely.
Then Antonio Pierce. And then, you know, Bo.
Who's our special teams coach? Just out of curiosity, since we're not even.
I think his last name is Mahan. Why do you?
We really should know these things. I don't think any of us really know. Well, not many of us know.
McMahon or something like that.
What, Vince? Vincent Kennedy McMahon?
I wish. our defense, our special teams would be no, I don't think so, because we'd probably be getting a whole lot of penalties. If we had Vince McMahon coaching,
or if we had Vince McMahon announced Josh McDaniels firing, you're fired.
Let me see. Yeah, Tom McMahon. Tom McMahon. I was right.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
All right.
I was like, I think it's McMahon.
Right.
Yeah. But honestly, I'm not really. Why did you have a bone to pick with our special teams?
Oh, Daniel Carlson had a little period where he was missing field goals. Yeah, he should be fired, right? I'm being
Hey,
sarcastic.
I we gotta let Daniel Carlson be a human.
Yeah, right. I'm being sarcastic, of
No,
course.
I get that, but there's people out there that are like, get rid of Carlson. It's like, what? You gotta
Oh,
let this
come
person be a
on.
human. Like,
Come
he
on.
can't be a robot. Like, how
And he's
how
injured as
clutch
well. He's not
how
he's not
clutch has he
100%.
been for us?
He's not 100%. And I don't believe he has been since like I don't know, the Bears game was when he started to struggle with like the hammy or whatever, but
Yeah.
nah, look. The only gripe I have with special teams is I wish our return role could get a little bit more burn. Like I wish we would have Trey Tucker contributing more on that side of the fence. DeAndre Carter has had a nice run or two, but I really think that's somewhere where Trey Tucker can thrive. But that's a minor grace for great for the most part. Special teams is always in an area of strength. Like our punting game is fantastic. Our kicking game for the most part has been fantastic, and even our coverage team. Like I gave out flowers to a guy I don't think anyone's been talking about, and that was DJ Turner. I really like what I've seen from him of late, being that gunner on the outside, like seeing him flying down the field, making the tackles. I mean, last week he got a tackle and a strip fumble, which ended up going for a touchdown. Like for me, he's giving me flashbacks to Taiwan Jones. Remember, he used to be a really good gunner for us back in the day. And
Uh-huh.
there's always going to be a role on a roster for someone who he might not be a starter or even like a role player on the offense or defensive side of the ball. But like if you can make plays on special teams, that'll keep you around the league for a long time. I mean, Taiwan Jones was in the league from when did we draft him? I think 2011 to as long as last year, and that was for a reason, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he was a special teamers. He was almost like a lifer, special
Yeah,
teamer. Like,
a special teams lifer. Yeah,
yeah, he literally made his and hey, if I can make my bones, make my money, and be on special teams, and that's my career. Hey, get your money.
it's still going
you
to get you
know,
paid. There's still
yeah.
like I said, there's gonna be a spot on a roster if you can do that job and do that job well. And I think that's a job that DJ Turner is most definitely doing very well. That's something I've noticed in the last couple of weeks is being that gunner on the outside. So
No,
yeah, shout out to him.
no, I will say this, and here I am. I'm actually gonna push back on you, Afakasi. The only thing that I don't like about Tucker is he has hand issues.
As soon as you
And
said Tucker, I knew where you were
and
going with this.
I'm yes, he's the fastest thing we got. You know what I'm saying? He's one of our faster guys. Yes, he's a deep threat, etc., etc. But I can almost
Get Keisha Cole vibes.
I get Keisha Cole vibes.
Yeah, I was just thinking as soon as
And
you
and
said Tucker, I was like,
and,
I can see where
and,
you're gonna go with this.
and even when he's on offense, I don't I it's hard for me to remember a time where he actually cleanly caught the ball.
Right.
And because of that, what is one of besides the
I
blazing
get you.
speed,
I get you.
what's
I get
so I would love for him to do that because I would love for him to groom himself into that. But I was talking to SC, during the game, and I was like, man, Tucker need to be on the jugs machine because he's definitely, he's like a Ruggs 2.0, but his hands are not there.
Right. No,
You
I
know,
get you. He doesn't give you that surety under
Yeah.
when it comes to securing the ball, and that's one of the biggest like now that I think about it, I get where you're coming from. I mean, if he could give you a little bit more surety that he's not going to fumble the ball, then I think that's a role where we should test him out and see what he can do. But yeah,
Now,
I understand your concerns, and I as
now,
soon as you said Tuck, I was like, he's going to go the Keisha Cole route.
yeah, and the only way that I would allow for him to do that is if we actually had two in the back, let DeAndre Carter catch it, and then he do like a like a clear handoff, like not even pitch it to him, do like a clear handoff and let him try to blaze it. But
didn't they do that back in the day to Deion Sanders, I believe? Like if someone else caught it, they would just say, Sanders, here, take it, and just run it back to the house.
Yeah. Sometimes well, Sanders had the because I actually talked to, well, not talked to him, but I heard some, pressers, and he is certain times of the game, like they always had a kick returner, but there were certain times of the game where Deion felt like he wanted to go back there, he would just go back there. And because he went back there, the kick return guy would know, okay, I'm not going.
Right.
And most of the time when he did that, he was giving them 6. You know what I'm saying?
I guess that was the now that I think about it, it was that kind of effect. Well, remember when we had Cordero Patterson, who at the time was one of the better return guys in the league, and then we brought him to us and nobody ever kicked to him. They just always kicked it for a touchback or out of bounds. When you get return guys of that caliber, teams will say, no thanks. I'd rather take the safe option.
Yeah. And to be honest with you, I believe in the guy who's doing it right now. I think DeAndre Carter is is one block away from taking it to the house. I seen that plenty of times where
Right.
he just needed one more block and he would have been gone. But yeah, that's something definitely to look at, because if DeAndre Carter goes down, then who would go back there?
I'd be all for giving Tucker a shot. At least I just give him a try. Even especially at this portion of the season where if we're fully out of it, it's like, right, well let's give all these young cats like a shot and just like go into like evaluation modes. Like what can they bring to the table? You know what I mean? Where are they at with their development?
Yeah.
I'd even like to see guys who haven't really been getting much game time of late, like, Byron Young or even Christopher Smith, who I don't believe he's seen a snap. Like, just get them out there, see what they can do.
And that's interesting because we lost a safety and they're still not using Chris Smith.
Yeah, good point. Yeah. Well, I guess because Polamalu is the next guy in line, and for the most part, he's been doing okay. He's done all right.
But even with Polamalu, you know what I'm saying? Even with, they still were using him with Teamer there. So I don't know. Yeah. I don't.
But even Teamer, like, because remember Teamer had a pretty good preseason. He was actually the best performing safety in preseason, and he actually was doing some things like early on in the season. I believe he got an interception. So he was a decent enough rotational guy, being the first one off the bench, and then it was Polamalu. But then we released Teamer, and Polamalu has been the next guy in line, and he's been doing it pretty good. But I don't know, like maybe they just don't believe Smith is there yet in terms of development. But I don't know, like, and another guy, Amari Benet, like, shove him out there, see what he can do. Like, if we're at that evaluation point, you know what I mean?
Well, they did.
Yeah, I know. He had limited snaps and to various degrees of success, but it just goes to my point. Like, just if we are at that point, you might as well just kick the tires on him and see what they can do. Nesta Silvera, another guy who's not really getting much game time.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm with it.
Hey, Bizzle, how you doing? Well, too.
I'm with it, but I think they're still in the mode of we're still in it.
Right. I said if and when we get to that point.
Yeah. 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 I think yeah, they definitely, because it's I keep watching the ticker, what I'm saying, because they showed a little graphic, who's in, who's still in the hunt, et cetera, and
right.
We're kind of on the outside looking in a little
We're
bit,
on that
but
hanging by a very thin razor thread.
yeah.
Right, I got you.
So, and it's one of it's also too, in the same situation of, you have a coach that's fighting for his job too. So
Yeah,
he's gonna try to put the best guys out there to
best
make
talent
him
out
look
there in
good.
order to get the best result possible. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah,
I get you.
yeah. So that but we talked about a lot of the Charger game. But what and you guys chat as you guys are watching this too. Shout out to everybody in the chat.
Shout out, Jeff.
Make sure you guys click the like button. Why? Because I like you. And quit playing with yourself. Go ahead and subscribe. And Alpha has a great show over there. If one of the mods can pull up his show, we need to get him to 10,000 subscribers tonight. If you guys can, go ahead and get him to 10K, that would be, I know that's not everybody here, but if that 10K would just, get him going. You know what I'm saying?
I appreciate that. I'm not even at 1K yet, so that would be appreciated enough. But hey, why not? Aim for the stars, so at least you'll hit the moon, right?
Hey, I'm just trying to get 5K. That's all. That's all. I know that's just a small percentage of the people that are watching this, but
maybe we need to try what everyone else is doing. Change our YouTube names and handles. I don't know. Maybe that might work.
That and, put some Ricci stuff in there. Start talking about Derek Carr and the Saints and stuff like that, and we'll be all right. But back to the original thought.
Right.
We talked about the Charger game. Was there anything else that stuck out to you? Any highlights that brought a player, etc. that you thought? Let me hold on to that as I bring in a guest, ladies and gentlemen. This is probably the most hardest working YouTuber that I know of, and I'm glad that he has taken a break from his work schedule to come bless us on this channel, and be a part of the congregation. Ladies and gentlemen, El Capitan Raphael. Good to see you, man.
Yo,
What's up?
salute to everybody. Salute Twuan of Akasi. Yeah.
Oh, man.
And for those who didn't know about it, yeah, I'm being like one of those busiest things on YouTube, but it's not easy to be like a content creator. It makes like a work schedule and everything, but here I am. Here I am right now, and I just wanted to tell you, after that I just saw for the Raiders versus Chargers, I mean, that was like a revenge game. And the next week we got Kansas City Chiefs. Can we just say like another revenge tour? Because right now it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen because after we just shut it down for the Chargers, Chiefs coming up soon. Because we need to see another revenge tour. If the defense and the offense keep building up together, yeah, and we can shut it down just like the same with the Chargers. I mean, there should be like another revenge tour. I mean, I guarantee, because with the new regime of Antonio Pierce, Sean Kelly, everything's gonna be work great. And like I said, it, folks, this is gonna be like a bumpy ride, but it's gonna be like really interesting because after we just shut it down after against Chargers, it's gonna be like another part for the bench tour because right now we got the Chiefs, the Denver Colts, and the Denver Broncos. So that would be like a good present for Christmas. If the Raiders could beat Chiefs on the Christmas day, that would be like a great miracle.
Absolutely. Afakasi, to the question that I asked you, was there anything that stuck out to you, any player, outside of the other guys we've already talked about, even if you want to talk a little bit more about that? Because I think there, and I'll give you one that sticks out to me, but go, you can go ahead and then I'll go.
No, give me yours and I'll shoot up.
I talked about the Jack Jones one, but one of the things that really stuck out to me is we got to give the big man some love, and the big man for me is John Jenkins. They said he went 17 miles per hour. I don't know if that was true, but the big man was definitely rumbling. Let me bring in my other guest, and then Afakasi, you can go ahead and go. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy is a consistent around here. He's new to the NWA, and I'm glad that he's a part of the crew. Ladies and gentlemen, your friend and my friend, Pizzle.
What's cracking?
Hey, Pizzle.
What's going on?
What's going on, dog?
Hey,
What's going on, guys? How you guys doing?
Good.
Oh, wait.
So, Afakasi, what you got?
I like that answer, Jenkins. A guy that I've definitely come to appreciate. Like, he's not going to be the flashiest guy. He's not the household name, but like I said before the season, like we need someone to emerge in that interior and be a building block, a guy we can build around, or at least a decent player, because none of those guys, to me, had proven to be decent up until that point. And Jenkins, like, ideally would have been one of the young guys, but for me, it's Jenkins. I think Jenkins has been the most solid at that interior, and I, for one, appreciate Jenkins for what he's been able to do this season. But you're talking about big men. A guy I want to salute is Thayer Mumford, coming in and starting at left tackle, having to protect Aiden O'Connor's blind side up against a guy we're all familiar with, Khalil Mack. We all remember what he did last time around, 6 sacks, making Illuminar, etc., whoever was on the duties, look like his bitch, and remind us as Raider fans why he was one of the all-time Raider greats, unfortunately, that week. But this week, Mumford, a guy we drafted in the 7th round who's been able to come around, and he has been like the rotational / starter right tackle this season when Illuminar's been struggling or whatever it may be. But Colt Miller was out, and we gave him the duties to start at left tackle. I believe it started last week, correct?
Yeah.
And for the most part, he's been doing okay. But I think today, last week was a very good achievement for Mumford, being that he was able to, for the most part, shut down Khalil Mack or whoever it was on that other side, not giving up a sack, doing some things in the run game, and for the most part, he was doing that alone. Like, he did get some chip blocks and some help here and there, but like for us to find that kind of a player on the offensive line from the 7th round, and I've highlighted this point before. I mean, when we had Colton Miller, Alex Leatherwood, guys we've drafted a lot higher than Mumford in their rookie season, their sophomore season, they definitely struggled a lot more than the likes of Thayer Mumford. He's not a Pro Bowler, an All Pro. I'm not saying that, but he's doing it with all things considered. Where he's at with his development, I think he's doing a very exceptional job. And there's going to be a spot for him in our future, in one form or the other, whether it's a starter or whether it's as that backup guy. He's a good guy to have on our roster. So I wanted to give him some flowers, and I don't think you touched up on him yet. And the other guy, maybe on defense, 2 guys. Have you talked about Malcolm Kuntz already?
No, I have not.
Oh, wow.
We have not. We have not. No.
Okay. So Kuntz, no one's ever questioned his motor and his effort. Like, he's always been an effort motor kind of guy. Like, for me, it's just like, I just like him to finish a little bit more than what he has, which he has been doing a little bit more of late. But like last week was his best performance to date, coming up with 2 sacks and 2 fumbles, and one of those sacks, like he just blasted that whatever his name was. I don't even know the name of their quarterback, but he blasted him, and I believe that was the one where he fumbled it, and Jenkins picked up for that said touchdown you were talking about. So yeah, Malcolm Kuntz, like I really liked what I'm seeing from him this season. A much improved player, and there's a role for him at least for another year with us. And one last player I'll give a shout out to is Divine Diablo. I mean, he's been a little spotty of late since the injury. I thought he was doing quite well before the injury. But this week he led the team in tackles. I noticed he was hustling around, making some plays, and it's good to see the Divine Diablo again that I saw earlier in the season before his injury. So shout out to Diablo and everybody. Like, I mean, there's not really one player I can pick on that and say it was garbage. You know what I mean? There's a reason why we put on 63 points. Like, it was a total, complete effort from every aspect of the game and every player and coach. So yeah.
I was gonna say there was so many guys, and I'm having a struggle because I usually do the Who Ate the Brown Crackers, which is a highlight of what player did well that game, and usually there's always one guy that really sticks out, among the rest. And this one I'm having a hard time because there were so many guys that actually did well. Saying you talked about Thayer Mumford, and Thayer Mumford was over there handling business, and doing the best he can. And then you can talk about the center.
That's the key to me was the center move. The center move that's what changed everything, was the move from center. And Michael Mayer too. I don't know if you guys watched any of the game close, any of the tape, but he was blocking Khalil Mack coming off the edge by himself.
Yeah,
and that's a rookie tight
doing
end.
That in the Chiefs game too. He's really emerging as a blocker, right?
So he got humbled by Max, and now by being humbled by Max, look what he's able to do right now. He doesn't always have to go out and catch passes to be effective in what we need him to do. If he's able to block an all-pro like Khalil Mack by himself, that's all good. We can rely on the other guys.
Remember that big run by Jacobs in the Chiefs game? That was a lot of that was due to Mayer's block.
Yeah, for sure. But but Coons came off the edge and got that strip sack. So he's coming into his own too, and I'll give him a shout out too. Coons is definitely my favorite defensive player, and besides what's his name? The linebacker Spillane, he's came on good this year too. I like both of those guys. They're balling right now. Max is always balling. He's going to get it every week. No matter what. Tillery stepped up. He made a couple of plays this week too for defensive tackle. Right, he came in, made some plays. He didn't get the touchdown like Jenkins did, but he came in and handled business.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, for Michael,
he got a sack. He got a fumble recovery. He recovered the fumble, and then he went out the next series and got a sack. I'm all for that. He stepped up. He didn't commit any stupid penalties. He didn't get thrown out of the game.
Yeah, exactly. And for that case of Michael Mayer, I mean, he destroyed none other than Khalil Mack in a single blockade. I mean, what did you drafted of the Notre Dame? He got a giant evolution of the rookie in the field mounts. He has everything to be like one of the best tight ends of the league in a few years. I mean, Michael Mayer, he proves himself as one of those best picks. And after we just drafted him of Notre Dame, that guy has really good potential. I mean, he was very dominated because it's not bad to look him blocking coming after college. I mean, incredible.
That guy from Detroit is leading the league right now with like 18 touchdowns or something. But we don't use Mayer like that. He can't block like Mayer blocks. If he had to take on Khalil Mack by himself, he gets smashed. Like they're two different type of tight ends. You know what I'm saying? Mayer was that type of tight end where he'd just go out all the time at UFC, but we don't want him to do that. We want him to do other stuff. We want him to be an all-around tight end. We don't want him just to be a waller and go out and run routes, because then whenever he comes in, then we know we're throwing the ball. We want a guy that's going to be in there and be able to and be physical with people.
Yeah,
I like it. I like it when the offensive line is physical because that means the defensive line is getting pushed and they're getting punked.
Yeah, but
And to that point, it was good to see Mumford for the most part doing that
exactly
on solo duties against a guy of Khalil Mack's caliber. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, for sure, absolutely. Like I said, I want to give major props to the center because he's the whole reason why that center change is what really made everything. I think
was it Parham or Kasu who was center?
I know that we had that little dude in there, like he was 275 pounds or something. He's just getting mauled. He's getting pushed out of the way. That's too small.
Yeah, exactly.
So who was our center for the? I had to listen to the majority of the game. I have gone back and watched some highlights in that, but who was the center? Was it Parham or was it Grissu?
They
I think it was Pursue.
It was Grissu.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he's a guy that like I earmarked in the preseason. Like I really liked what I saw. I mean, there was no errant snaps. No, he was doing his thing and opening up as best he could holes, like and not giving up many, if any, pass. Too many sacks or pressures, you know what I mean? Like I thought he did a very good job. Like I think I liked Dylan Parham at that point more as like to focus on being an interior guard that we build around, and then like if he has to be a center, then that's just for emergency cases only.
Well, I think that's what we're evaluating right now, talent-wise, right? We're trying to see what he's got, what he's doing, you know. And if he actually turns out to be a great center, and then we dug him out of the coal, and he turned into be a diamond in the rough.
But he's been sitting on the roster for a while, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but he could have been hurt, you know. They could have just been waiting to see what this guy's been offering, you know. Give this guy a chance, and now this guy's had his chance and he's not performing, and now we got to see what this guy's got. Like we have to evaluate all this talent that we have, otherwise. Go ahead, Twuan.
But that's that's the reason, one of the reasons why I always talk about, cheap labor and keeping the cheap labor, is because of like we just talked about Kuntz, and some people were, because Kuntz didn't come out just like Khalil Mack, out the plastic, coming after the quarterback. Is like, oh, we got to get rid of him, and it's like,
no. Well, he's also in the doghouse for a whole year. All last year, we didn't even see him. We didn't see him all last year. He had a year to develop.
McDaniels chewing him out, like in preseason. Remember him chewing him out after that penalty against the Chiefs. That wasn't a penalty, but Josh McDaniels. When I'll never forget the footage of him approaching McDaniels and trying to plead his case, and rightfully so. And McDaniels didn't even look at him. He basically just told him, "No, just fuck off." You know what I mean?
I'm glad McDaniels is gone, and he definitely doesn't know how to handle players and communicate with players. That's his problem. His ego is too big. His ego is too big for the team. You can't have an ego. You have to be able to listen to people and take criticism. And if you can't do that, then you can't be a coach.
Coaches in the history of the game.
Yeah, he's well, that's what ego gets you though, right? He's the guy who's got all the rings. He knows better. You guys don't have any rings. I have the rings. That's his thought.
Yeah. Okay, so all eyes are saying Parham was the center.
Oh, they say Parham was center last game.
Yeah,
I'm about to look at that.
I thought so.
Yeah, but also there is another thing that about Michael Mayer. I mean, not only he's a top-notch receiver, but he is an excellent blocker. Because some people they just remind of Dave Casper, like tight end target for Kenny Stabler. I mean, he has to seriously move the people for off of this one. I mean, he will make like very impressive. He got a real bias like a tight end.
Yeah, he was beasting on the first drive. Got us down to the 3. That was a beautiful catch, and he was just mauling people.
Yeah, but in terms of his blocking, like
he's became that safety net for Aiden, and I don't know if that was because of previous times of him being like a third string quarterback. He he was running, Mayer was running with the threes, or I don't know what it is, but you can definitely tell that there is I think he actually has a tighter connection with Mayer than he has with any other, of his passing options. I think, I think DA's DA, and DA just makes it happen. I think, Meyer, he kind of just makes it happen. But I think
him and Meyer, I think, had a really good connection too. But yeah, I agree with him and Mayer. I think that's his his emergency outlet.
Right, and
he just got to get from what I see from Aiden, he's just got to bring that ball down a little bit. He's got it all, it's like way up here. He just got to bring it down a little, about 6-8 inches, man, and it'll be right where they need to be. He's just throwing it a little high. I know he's a little anxious, but he's got to bring that down because people are going to start getting killed trying to get those catches.
You brought up a good point about Mayer. Like, you brought up that like early, I think it was in the off season, and it was a good point. Like that he got punked by Max Crosby in blocking drills, right?
Yeah,
I'd forgotten about that until you mentioned that, and
yeah, exactly.
In the short term, it might have like kind of hampered his confidence a little bit, but in the long term, it might work out. Like like trial by fire. Sometimes a setback can be a setup for.
He set him up
to work on where your deficiencies are and get better, and that's something he's been able to show as a for a rookie to be as good at blocking as what he's shown to be, or he's at least capable of.
Mm-hmm.
This is only like hopefully we're only scratching the tip of the surface. Like this is something that can be worked on, so it can add to him being a complete tight end. I mean the hands are like for the most part, like you can see.
Absolutely, he's had the hands. Yeah, he's got to dial in that
putting
block.
It all together, and I guess to a point, like having a quarterback that will continue to build the chemistry, and hopefully one day he can be, as you said, Rafa, be one of the better, if not the best tight end in the league. But on that note, I'm going to get going, guys. Thanks for having me on in the congregation, Twuan. It's been a pleasure to pull up and share my thoughts with you. So I appreciate you, brother. It's always good to see you on the panel, my friend.
Good to see you too, Kelsey.
Take it easy. Catch you on Raider Ben's side of the fence when you're doing your shows with him. As well as you, El Capitan Rafa. It's always good to see you, my friend. And everyone in the chat, you guys have a blessed day. Take care. We'll catch you on the next stream, yeah?
Definitely, man. Thank you so much, man. You're always welcome here.
All right. Peace, gang. Take care. Go Reds.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Afakasi, a great YouTube personality from the continent of Australia. So if you want from Australia, you want a little Australian Raider flavor, definitely hook up with Afakasi, a solid guy, and definitely, as you guys can tell, he knows his stuff. You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of people, that within the congregation and within, this group here that know their stuff. That's why, I definitely allow for you guys, on these nights to come up and, talk your stuff.
Zeus was beasting. What'd you think about Zeus? Zeus beasted out. He got 69 yards, a touchdown, and a nice little 18, 20-yard scramble for a TD. He looked pretty good. I liked how he looked. Aiden looked pretty decent. Myers, who knew that guy can throw darts, right? That dude's throwing darts.
He actually was a quarterback.
Yeah, that's what they were saying. That fool throwing fucking bullets, fool. He got a better spiral than Aiden.
That touchdown, the first pass that he did that got close to the first down, that to be honest with you, I feel like that could have been done by anybody. But that touchdown pass that he threw, he had to put some touch on that.
Yeah, he's like, he's wide open. Don't
pass
blow
was
that.
closer than you think. Yeah. That one was closer. That was a little closer than you think, and that just makes that's what I like about Bo. Bo's bringing out some stuff. You know what I'm saying? Some stuff stuff that we wish that, and I hate going back to that, but it's just the reality of it. there were certain things, we were wishing that McDaniels would have, like, why does everything just look so vanilla with McDaniels? You know what I'm saying? Like, there was just certain things. This is why does all of our runs look so basic with, you know what I'm saying? Like,
because I think he was sabotaging us because he wanted us to lose because he wanted to get better picks. I think that's what he's doing this first couple of years. I think he's sabotaging us, keeping us down, so we could get those picks, because you can see. Like, this ain't Aiden's not the first guy to put up 63 points. When he was with this offense, when he was with Mac Jones over there at the Patriots, he put up 63 points or up in the 50s a couple of times in his rookie season. So this offensive is explosive if you get the time, right? So the offensive line, we had the time this week. Aiden looked decent. He wasn't he wasn't perfect, but he was able to stand in. He had his time. He was able to hold the ball a little longer like he likes, and he was able to be effective. If you can give him the time, he's going to look great. Anybody's going to look great with 7 or 8 seconds. I don't care who you are. Yeah. But you have to have that time. If you don't have that time, you only got 2.5 seconds, and it's going to be looking like the last 3 weeks.
Yeah.
But
and that's another reason why I feel like, and some people may agree with me or disagree with me, but I'm gonna speak my Raider gospel. And the Raider gospel for me is we need to keep the way that whoever was in a spot last week, they need to be in a spot this week. We don't need to be, Andre James is back. Let's slide him in.
No. Keep the hot hand going. We got to keep the hot hand going. You don't bring him in.
Hot hand. And
that guy's doing good. Let him keep doing good.
Even if you identified those people as our third string, you know what I'm saying, offensive lineman. Like,
it don't matter at this point. You ain't been playing like your first string all year, so you can sit in the back and let this guy get his chance.
Yeah, roll with it.
What up, Raider Ben? What's cracking? My boy right there.
Salute, man.
Shout out to everybody that just came in. We had SoCal Sal in the building. Good to see you, SoCal. Lake, I think it's Lake Show Raider was in the building. Thanks for pulling up. If you guys have not yet, Lake Show Raider, you know what I'm saying? If you have not, take a moment to subscribe. You know what I'm saying? Click the like button. Why? Because I like you.
Yeah. Hey, so we also punted like 6 times too. We also punted the ball, which is crazy. So if you think about that, imagine if we didn't punt the ball and we scored on the other 6 possessions, what we would have scored.
Yeah,
exactly. I wanted to go for 77. I wanted to put him under. I wanted the record.
Yeah,
but they shut the offense down in the second half for some reason. But I wanted to put up 77 on these guys.
Yeah, I think he played it right. As much as like I said, I would like for us to, I said it, we should go for 100, but I also do like that, they were able to get, some names that we haven't seen in a while. We got to see the Bernie out there. We got to see, I'm saying, some of the backups get some run, and that definitely helps out and bodes well for our future.
Evaluating the talent. We got to evaluate this talent, but we can't evaluate while we're in tough games. And we got blowouts. We can throw out our second and third strings and see what we got. But if you're not, and you're always in these close games, you're never going to see what you got until it's too late.
I was, as much as, like I said, I would love for us to run it up. I'm glad that some of the young pups actually got some run, because again, 63 points, like that's crazy. That's like Raider Ben playing Madden. You know what I'm saying? Like, what I'm saying? That's a college game.
Yeah, but the defense helped out too, though. They got 2 touchies in the second half, right? They got the fumble recovery. They got the strip sack fumble for a touchdown. The big man rumbling down at 17 miles an hour. Then you got Jack Jones with his amazing one-handed catch. and scored that. I mean, like I said, the offense wasn't really doing anything in the second half. I mean, they were doing all right, but they weren't trying. I don't think they were really trying to put up points. They were just really stalling time out. We already at 42 points. The game was kind of over. They already knew the game was over. The only way they were going to come back is if we made some dumb mistakes. We let them score 21, but in order for them to score 42, we would have really had to screw up.
Yeah. Yeah, that it blew my mind that I was looking, at halftime.
42-0 at half.
I'm like, really? Is this what we doing tonight?
Yeah.
And then in the back of my mind, and maybe I was, I know I probably wasn't the only one, but let me know what y'all thought. It made me even more mad about the Vikings game.
Yeah, it did. I was like, where was this at? Why couldn't we do this last week? I'll tell you why, because they didn't want their coach to get fired. That was the difference. Like, it looked like San Diego just didn't give a shit. They they just gave up at some point in that game. They just quit. They quit on the coach. They quit on the organization. They quit on each other. That's what I seen. I seen them quit on each other, and it's sad, man. I mean, that's a broken organization right now. I've never seen an organization that broken, except for maybe Denver when they got 70 put on them. But I mean, at least Denver responded, right? They came back. They've won a few games. They looked pretty decent. But you are who you are, right? Denver lost again today. You're going to be who you are. At the end of the year, that's what you're going to be.
Yeah, that. I think, to be honest with you, I think that 70 that was put on them, I think that was a wake up call. You know what I'm saying? Because it seemed like not too far after that, Yeah,
that's when
they started trying to act like they wanted to play football, and as much as, like you said, the Broncos, they lost this week, but I still consider them to be a team that's on a hot streak. You know what I'm saying? And we'll see how I think that last game of the year, I think it's actually
going to be important, dude. Like all of these games right now.
Yeah,
and even just coming up right now, coming up with this Indianapolis game. That's going to be important too, because who did they beat? Who did they beat? And if we lose to them, then those people are going to be ahead of us in the head-to-head for the playoff position. So we gotta win out if we want to have a chance at the playoffs. Which there's a slim chance. I'm not hoping for it or anything, but if it happens, cool. If it don't, cool too. But there's a chance, and as long as there's a chance, we're riding.
Yeah,
I mean, exactly.
I just wish we,
Yeah, I wish we could have got this earlier in the year, but next year, hopefully, it will come together sooner. And, hopefully Jacobs will be there in camp. The offensive line and him will have their timing right. The timing with the quarterback and the receivers will be all right. I mean, every year, every preseason or the last two off seasons and into preseason and into the beginning of the season, the last 3 years has been turmoil. The Gruden shit, then this, and then fucking McDummy shit. I mean, that's just right in the middle of the season. I mean, with the foot shit with fucking with the crazy guy.
Antonio Brown.
Yeah, Antonio Brown's foot shit.
Man.
I mean, it's like every year there's something new drama, some kind of new drama pops up. Let's flip the coin. Let's see what kind of dumb shit could happen this year.
Yeah. Hey guys,
and it's a major distraction.
Okay, so sorry to interrupt you, but I'm gonna go to.
No, Rafa. No, you're not gonna go, Rafa. You can't go, Rafa.
Rafa got to do another. He got to do another 2 lives before the day is over.
No, because I'm gonna to rest, and of course I'm gonna thinking about for another show, but before Christmas. But I got some 3 keys for the Raiders versus Chiefs on Christmas Day. Number 1, we just got the wide receiver. We had to improve on the speed and Tree Tucker. Number 2, make Patrick Mahomes uncomfortable because we cannot stand Patrick Mahomes. And I think that Aiden O'Connor should be like, give it like the best performance against Patrick Mahomes. So Aiden O'Connor, please listen to me. Attack Patrick Mahomes. Please, I'm begging for you. And number 3, defense and offense could really attack against the Chiefs because this is the opportunity to see another revenge tour. Because the same we just got after against Los Angeles Chargers on Thursday Night Football, I think this is the biggest opportunity because the first opportunity against the Kansas City Chiefs, we didn't have it, but at the second, it's gonna be like a full revenge. So
No, we had them. We were up 17-0, bro. 2 years in a row, and they came back and bit us in the ass. So
I smell an upset. I smell an upset.
No, yeah. If we come with this energy, we could beat them. But if we come with that same energy we had the last game, we're not. We got to come with this energy that we just had this last game in San Diego. We can't come with the same energy we had against Kansas City because that'll be just horrible.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, defense and offense anything could have better because if we just beat Chargers last Thursday Night Football, I think this is gonna be like the same energy. So
well, Chris Jones is a beast, Rafa. Chris Jones is a beast.
Yes,
exactly. So, but without Chris, what happened the first game of the season without Chris Jones, though?
Yeah, exactly. So
if our defensive line could hold him up and keep him from doing what he do, then we could have a way better outcome than what we were having the first time. So
exactly.
And we made some adjustments on our offensive line. I'm not saying it's what we have. We have what we have, and we have to make it work. And that's just the way it is.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And of course, I just wanted to say, God bless you, Twuan. Salute to you, Epistle. And I'm very proud to be here at the congregation. So Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and of course, Raider Nation for life all day, all night long. So salute to you.
Absolutely. As one leaves, another one has come in.
A rotation. We got a rotation going on.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? This is how we gonna do it, man. I ain't gonna be Hollywood either. I think we got a couple of more hours in this too. But you know, it's up to everybody in the chat and how they want to flow tonight. But I'm so happy that this guy is here. He is a really good friend of mine. We've done a lot of work together, and you'll see the chemistry. You know what I'm saying, tonight. But ladies and gentlemen, you know, everybody got a little sauce, but you know, I gotta say, hey, sauce ain't as good as gravy.
There's the gravy.
Oh man, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on,
up,
man?
my friend Twua, man? Can you support your show, brother? Blessings to you too.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
JT, guys, we just got off our show and noticed you was on, and I just got to support Twuan and Piz. We'll see what they doing. So I'm always down for that, man. Always down to talk football.
Yep, football, especially when we fucking dominated like we did.
Yeah, we did.
What was your I know you probably said it, you know what I'm saying, so you can be a broken record over here, but you know what I'm saying, what was some things that stuck out to you, you know what I'm saying? And I know there was a lot of things in that Charger game. There was a whole lot of things, but what stuck out to you, man?
For one, Twuan, it was the coaching. It was the coaching. The way we had our game with Minnesota, and it would have been easy to just, and you know, I said it too, and I'm sure a lot of people did, that this guy wasn't, you know, the one for us, or you know, the Cordon Bow wasn't the one for us, and a lot of things. So a lot of negative things were being said and coming from me. But the way the team came from that game to this game, and the way they got together and put a dominant performance against the Chargers really impressed me. and that's where it started from. As far as I'm concerned, AP got them guys back together. The groups got back together, and then once you do that, the play will just benefit itself. So I thought that was one of the main factors, or the main factor of that. It wasn't. And then once you establish that type of tone on your team that you ain't gonna have a game like that again, then they heard them and they played like it. So that's what I appreciate it. And we pretty much dominated all phases of that game. So if you want me to get particular on negative, I don't want to do that. There wasn't a lot of negatives at all for me.
And to be honest with you, that it's not that I'm trying to be negative, but I do try to figure out where we can get better. And this game, I really didn't see nothing where I'm like I lied. There was one thing that was alarming to me. And I know you'll probably agree with me on this. Tucker and them doggone hands.
Yeah, he's got to stop bobbling that shit.
He got to hit the jugs machine. Cause I see him. I see the potential. He definitely is like a Ruggs 2.0. You know what I'm saying? But his hands got to be. I try to give him the benefit of the doubt and everything else, but like every time I watch a highlight of him, it almost seems like every catch that he does catch, it's like it's not like a solid got it. You know what I'm saying? It's always like a and then I got it. You know what I'm saying? And if he can clean that up, he can be a very, of course he's been bailing us out. He's been, that deep threat, and he's been doing his job in that aspect of it. But I just wish his hands were just a little bit better. Well, outside of that, there's really not much I could say.
But now you see how special speedy guy with really good hands is hard to find. I'm telling you, we've been looking since the 80s for a guy like Henry Ruggs, a guy that was fast, and a guy that would consistently catch the ball and go up and actually get the ball too. We had a bunch of guys we had James Jett, Rocket Ismail. These guys could not consistently catch the ball they consistently drop the ball. Just because you're fast, I mean you can catch. And that was one of our problems. Now, right, we finally got a couple of years ago, we finally got Henry Ruggs. He reminded me a lot of Cliff Branch. He was fast. He'd go up and get the ball. He was a ball magnet. He'd actually go out and make the catches and still be able to run. And so now this guy, Turner, he's actually doing pretty good. But yeah, he's got a bobble problem. It took 3 years for Cliff Branch to develop. It didn't happen overnight. And so he's just got to put time in, like you said. He's got to put time in, and he's got to be dedicated.
To me, it's a. I watch him do routes. He's a really good route runner. He's got speed, and I think it's a concentration thing that he's going through right now. You gotta make sure you have the ball before you do anything else. And then he that one touchdown he got, it wasn't really a touchdown. He was bobbling that ball, but he did it again on the sideline pass where he kind of didn't have it really. But once he gets it, he needs to hang on to that sucker. Then it's just like a pattern you do. You toe step, you can, but the first thing you got to do is make sure you have the ball.
Yeah, it's got to be secure.
It's a concentration thing that he needs to get used to, and then I think with reps, with game reps and practice reps, that he'll get out of that.
So what's a catch to you? What's a catch? Everybody, what's a catch to you? Define a catch. What makes a catch a catch?
You got to hold the ball, not bobble around like it was with him.
Right. Well, it's 2 feet, right? 2 feet possession, right? These
Well,
guys.
you got to have the ball too. You got to have
Yeah,
the ball
but
too.
it's possession and 2 feet, right?
Yeah.
2 feet down with possession, right? So why is it that? And it's always been this, but when there's when you're in the middle of the field, they want you to make a football move, or they want you to do this before it's a fumble. Like, to me, if you catch the ball and your 2 feet come down, you've caught it. If you get hit and the ball comes out, it's a fumble. There's no, it's an incomplete pass now, like they've been calling for the last 5 or 10 years. Like, to me, they've been, they've shortened the amount of turnovers in the game too by doing that.
Yeah,
what you got there, Pizzo, is that most of his bobbling around or to the sideline. So that football move is getting his feet down. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? That's the football move that he's doing, is to not be out of bounds. But if you're in the middle of the field, like you said, if you make a football, it don't have to be forward or whatever. You got possession of the football. You take a step or even twitch to take a step and you get popped and the ball comes out. If you have possession of the ball, if the ball's just bobbling around in there, like say like Tucker goes in the middle of the field.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's incomplete.
He does one of his catches and it's bobbling like that and he gets hit, it wouldn't be considered a fumble.
Yeah, that's being incomplete.
They really try to break down, especially in the middle of the field. They try to identify you attempting to advance the ball, and because when you make that attempt to advance the ball, that solidifies it, whether it's a catch or if it's just a broken up pass. You know what I'm saying?
For me, it's just a consistency thing, right? Because all right, so a few years ago when Des Bryant caught that pass against Green Bay, right, and they said, oh, he wasn't trying to he wasn't doing a forward progress or whatever, right? But he already made a football move by going 4 steps forward. So I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean it ain't a football move? Like, I was just, it seems to just be a convenient.
Are you talking about the one in the end zone? He did the one in the end zone too, where he caught it. He put it on the ground, and then it got away from him. It was considered a touchback.
Yeah.
So
I was talking about the one in the playoff game where I think it was the NFC Championship or whatever when Tony Romo was there. I think it was right before Tony Romo got retired out. Or maybe Dak was a QB, but I know it was one of those where he was up and it was like it was definitely a playoff game. And he caught the ball and then he stumbled and he went forward and then he hit it and it fell out and it rolled out of bounds and they rolled it an incomplete pass.
Yeah, but see, on a good note, if you make that football in the middle of the field, if you make that and you're bobbling it, the risk of getting a 15-yard personal foul and then another first down is just as great because that safety or corner could be coming in with his head down and pop you right in the head or whatever. Yeah. So it's not a good thing that you probably could get hurt, but if you don't catch it, you're gonna get laid out, but you're gonna get a penalty, 15 yards in the first down. So they look at that too.
Yeah, it's just a lot of these for me. It's just gotten a lot of too soft. There's a lot of softness going on. The kickoffs, that's gotten a little too soft. I don't know. It's just kind of gotten a little too crazy for me. The whole quarterback thing.
Kickoff and punt return is probably
the most dangerous. It is
the two most dangerous. The return game is probably the most dangerous of even playing defense or
for
something
sure.
like that.
Because you got two guys.
Those guys are running full speed. They're running full speed at you. And you even see that one. I don't know if you're watching that game where I guess it was one game where a guy got a penalty because he was getting pushed into his player.
Oh shit!
I think there was a game on Saturday.
Yeah, no, I didn't watch any of the Saturday games.
The gunner was blocking the guy. They were receiving the punt, and the gunner blocked his own guy into the return guy.
Oh yeah, hit him in the stomach. I seen that.
No, you hit him right in the face, and the dude backed up, and he was all jacked up, and 3 guys got hurt.
Oh
and then
shit!
They called the penalty. they called the penalty on the gunner for blocking that guy. I've never seen that before.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I've never seen that. It was a fair catch too.
Yeah,
But
that's crazy.
he got busted for that. But those guys are going full speed, and they try to do they put it back so it could be, most of the time a fair catch or an out of bounds kick. But
Yeah, I hear
sometimes
you.
they return it, man. Just as
How'd you
dangerous.
like the running back room this week? How'd you like the running back room?
I was impressed with it. I always knew Abdullah's talent, but they used him in the right way. I thought that Zeus finally came into himself, but he's a development guy. His vision still was impacted a little bit. He was still running in the backs of, but it was a different. I watched a bunch of plays where they wanted to get him to the perimeter, and he didn't bust out of it. So he needs a. I've always said he had a problem with running with his knees high. He's a north and south runner. He looks like it. He's built like it.
He's got that. He's got that high knee lift like Roger Craig.
Yeah.
I like. Oh, go ahead, Gravy.
No, go ahead, bro.
No, I like the fact, and this was play calling. I like the fact that they didn't shy away from because we a lot of people identify Abdullah as the third down back. You know what I'm saying? And usually the third down back is just catching a pass or, being an extra blocker on third down. And in last week's, on Thursday, he was actually hitting the gap. You know what I'm saying? And that made it very hard for the defense, whether you think they were inspired or not, but it made it very hard on the defense because even with Abdullah trotting out there, he could have been going for a pass or he could have hit you right up the middle. And I've been wanting Abdullah to get that look because I seen what he did, you know what I'm saying? Not with the Raiders, but I seen him when he was with the Lions, and I'm not saying he's a every down, you know what I'm saying, he's going to be out there every down, but you can run him up the gap, They
definitely came out and wanted to play this week. That's what I seen. They came out this week and wanted to play for this guy. They came out hard, and he definitely had his best performance, even better than any of his preseason performances. Zeus. Zamir White this Chargers game. He had that nice little 18-20 yard scamper. We were talking about it earlier for the touchdown. He looked really good. That's the best that I've seen him look. He had a couple other runs plays. He looked good too. He ripped off a couple of 9 or 10 yarders, a couple of 8ers. So he did pretty good. He walked out with 69 yards, right? A TD. That's what we needed him to do. Same thing with Abdullah. He came out, he ran a couple of first downs, got a couple of first downs, crucial in the first drive. He was balling. They were balling. We just, rotate them in and rotate them out. Rotate them in, rotate them out.
Yeah.
That's our.
What I was most impressive with Zeus too was that he got a lot of touches, and he got a lot of reps, and he hung on to the football.
And that's all we needed him to do. It wasn't, in this game, it wasn't that we needed him to try to pull magic out of his hat. We just needed the run game to be, respectable. Like I said, to keep the defense honest. You know what I'm saying? Yep. And I think, to be honest with you, when it came to play calling, I think they actually allowed Aiden O'Connell to we kind of was like, hey, we're going to run this offense on the sole of your arm. You know what I'm saying? I think we threw a lot. I think we threw a lot more than than ran the ball. And it wasn't because the running game wasn't working. It was just, hey, it seemed like
at the line too.
O'Connell had a good grasp on whatever the play call was, and he was executing.
Well, no, he's calling the play at the line, and he's barking who the mic was. He's doing all of that. He wasn't doing that over there in the Vikings game. He wasn't doing that in the other 2 games either. So I don't know. I guess they're figured out that he needs that communication is key, because without communication, nobody knows what anybody's fucking doing. Same thing with the defense. They started communicating better, and now it's more of a cohesive group, and that's what you need.
I think that, James being gone, Parham really hasn't grasped your center's your mouthpiece of that whole offensive line, and so Parham's learning that, and without James in there, that's why you've seen or heard O'Connell probably throwing out a lot of protections and stuff. Usually there's a tag that goes with another play that he's not looking at the line saying, hey, this guy, that guy, but he's looking at linebackers and defensive fronts.
Backs, and defensive fronts,
to let the linemen know, because Parham, that's another thing Parham's going to need to learn, is to be the anchor of that and a mouthpiece of that offensive line, and that's something that I think he can do. I've always said Parham would be our center in the future, and I hope he keeps that job.
Yeah, he did a good job this last week.
He did a good job. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No doubt about that.
Just the communication part of it, he physically could do it. He did, maybe I seen one miss snap, but that wasn't that bad. It didn't hurt us in either way. Probably nobody noticed it, but he's solid there. And then the guy that he replaced is not. So
exactly.
I think the offensive line did a great job.
They did.
The whole period.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This was the best they looked all year, no doubt.
Even Muffer did a great job against, one of the best outside guys. And
oh yeah,
I don't know if Bosa played. I didn't even hear Bosa's name.
Bosa didn't play, but Mac was a beast all by himself. He don't need Bosa. But yeah, if Bosa was there, it might have been a little bit different too, though. But who knows?
The protection was there. The protection was there for him. I noticed too with O'Connell is that, he figured out O'Connell on these medium routes. We would say it's a deep route, but it's a 20-yard pass, but it's not deep, vertical. They're doing some type of movement, doing some type of crossing. They're doing some type of, like what they call a mesh, and they're using their receivers to fit where O'Connell's comfortable at. That's why he was basically dissecting that secondary, and then that's good for him to learn off that, instead of just dropping bombs on a guy. You try that once in a while, but his deep routes, his 20, 23-yard routes, 25-yard routes were, slants and comebacks, curls and things like that. That's in the tree, but deeper. I think that's what he needs instead of a vertical. You always want to do that, but he had Tucker on a vertical, but he underthrew it, and he had to come back to it. Hit him, but
he's got to put that out in front of him. He's got to learn how to get that ball out in front. He's throwing it behind him. He's got to get that old breadbasket throw, that over the shoulder drop-in pass. People don't even make that throw anymore. You don't even see that throw anymore, Grady. You don't even see that throw anymore. Goes right over the shoulder, right into the breadbasket.
It's tough to be accurate with that.
I think that even like you said with the 2025, you know what I'm saying, they were working the heck out of that deep crosser. You know what I'm saying? They were working the heck out of that deep crosser because they hit DA on one of those, and then they turned it back around, and then had Tucker do the same thing, and like you said, there's certain routes that and every quarterback's like that. Not all quarterbacks are able to hit. You know what I'm saying? They say they can throw the tree, but we all know that certain quarterbacks are better at certain routes than others. And I think Bo, having that experience of him being in the room with him, knows, hey, he's good at this. You know what I'm saying? He's good at this route. He's good at these routes. So I need to draw up, and dial up these plays, especially in certain situations where hey, we really need to get this, you know what I'm saying, to move the chains. Okay, we're going to call this because I know Aiden, you know, two out of the 3 routes on this, you know, on this play, I think Aiden will be able to throw a good ball, you know.
Well, I was surprised that on 3rd down a couple of times, we 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3 on that first drive, we actually ran it and got it. I was like, oh, all right. You know, so they were in there to actually, you know, they were actually in there getting it, the offensive line. You know, they're actually in there bullying them around, pushing them around, making you know, 3rd down, they're expecting you to run that short distance. So if they're expecting you to run that short distance and you're still getting it, that's what you want. That means we could do what we want and you can't stop us.
Yeah.
You know,
believe me, guys. And believe me, guys, I'm going to tell you this. It's the same routes, same thing that McDaniels was calling.
Yep.
It's just that we're executing it and not depriving the receivers or what have you. Do this, do that, do that. He must be having them. Okay, if he's giving you inside leverage, then do the out. And then he couldn't do that. He just wasn't open. And making O'Connell make these decisions as a rookie, he has to read where he could see the corner taking the inside leverage from DA, which DA loves to do because he always gets you on that slant. That he make DA go outside, and that out's going to be there, you know, by the sideline to have DA get a first down. More comfortable, more. And I don't know why it didn't happen against Minnesota, but, you know, maybe
it was just learning,
covering it, or they had a safety there or something that, you know, but it looked like he played more free and more. Well, when you're winning and stuff, you feel more comfortable. Things go a little bit slower.
Comfortable, yeah. And he's starting to get that ball out on time too in the first series. You know, he wasn't holding it. He was hitting that back foot. It was coming out. That, you know, I think the last couple of weeks or a few weeks, it's been bland play calling, and the game is fast. You know, the game has been too fast for him. And so right now it's starting to slow down. I think this last game it started to slow down for him, and he's able to process it a little more. And
you got good protection too. You got good protection too, Pizzle.
Yeah, exactly.
When you get that protection around you, that means a lot. But you know, we say he's holding on to the ball too long, but the protection could be bad.
Oh, no, for sure. You can't. If you're holding the ball for 2 seconds and that's too long, then that's a problem.
I seen Abdullah, even Zeus.
Yep.
You know, you get those linebackers that were blitzing. They were just everything was just the protections were. He called it. This guy's coming in, and then Abdullah would not even look at doing any play action. Just go straight to that guy, get him at the line of scrimmage. That's what that offense. That's what that offense could do to you if it's run the right way.
Yep.
And it looked pretty damn good, didn't it?
Oh yeah.
But that's the same thing. It's the same thing that you've been seeing the last 14 games, bro.
Yeah, no, I know, but it's the same thing that you've seen with Mac Jones. I said that earlier. Mac Jones put up big numbers with that offense when he was a rookie.
So, you know, it's not nothing, you know, Bo's being a little creative because you see a lot of different, you know, you wouldn't see McDaniels do that throw from Jacoby Myers.
No.
You know, McDaniels wouldn't have did that.
Not two times in one game.
Risk. Yeah, it's a risk. And he doesn't take risks.
What did you think about because he did it twice?
That's what I'm saying.
What
completed both of them?
Exactly. But what did you think about the touchdown pass?
I thought it was a great call. They weren't expecting it. That's when you do stuff like that. You're seeing a lot of those plays being done, and then that's when you do stuff like that. They're not going to expect it. You got a team down. You got a team that's not hyped up. That got lower self-esteem already, and then you just topped it off. What else can they do to us? Fuck, you know what else? What else is going to happen? Oh, shit, Myers is our emergency quarterback now. You know.
Not only that, but then we fucking pull the fucking what is that fucking what's that offense that we used to run with Gruden and shit with the direct height to
they did the
Wildcat.
Wildcat.
the Wildcat ran a touchdown in with that shit.
Old ass Bolden, excuse me, you know I don't cuss too much.
Ran a
I
touchdown with the
I
Wildcat.
gotta cuss on this one. Old ass Bolden ran the fastest he ever did in his life. I was like,
you know what I was more impressed of? Seeing Mumford out there getting ready to blocking with it.
Yeah,
I was more impressed with that. Them DBs didn't want none of that shit.
Nope.
That big old man coming up. You see, y'all just Bolden was like, I'll run behind this dude. Ain't no one gonna tackle me with it. Nope. Nobody wanted none of Mumford.
Nope.
Perfect call. You know, you look at the tape. All these guys are looking like this. That ain't Mariota back there.
Nope.
That's Bolden back there. The old ass Bolden. What the hell are they gonna do with him? And definitely, what the hell is O'Connell playing slot receiver for? You know what I mean? What the hell is he doing over there? So they got all kinds of shit going through their stuff.
Yeah.
So Bolden just took it to the house. But I was more impressed on Mumford getting out there like that. You don't see big boys. They love seeing those little DBs out there. You see, what's up? You want some of this? They don't gonna have it.
Run you right over.
It was good to see him. It was good to see him.
But I'm hearing all
right,
I'll see you guys later. Thanks for having me on. And I'll see you guys later. I got to go do something for my mom real quick. I'll talk to you guys a little later. Thanks for having me on, Twuan. Thanks for chilling, Gravy.
Absolutely.
And I'll see you guys next week.
All right.
Cool. See you later, chat.
All right, bro.
Yeah, great gravy, man. Hey, look, you had got you talked about Zeus, and you know, out of the two running backs, who was more impressive to you?
I wanna what I like. I like what Zeus did.
Okay.
Zeus showed a lot of things that we haven't seen. You know, his tenacity, his when he gets going, he's hard to bring down. You know, I don't see a lot of the perimeter. I know what you're gonna get from Abdullah. I've seen him for years, and I like the way Zeus got in there and blocked for on play action and doing things. You know, you sometimes you see running backs not go with the play action because they're not getting the football. Zeus took linebackers out of the way because they thought he actually had the ball. So that right there, Twuan, if you can look at it and see linebackers move with Zeus, you know, that they know about him. You know what I mean? He's doing something in the game to where they got to concentrate on him. And he takes them out of the play, which makes pass plays get better. Those guys don't drop back, and then they're trying to stop the run. So that Abdullah, you know, he's coming in on third down. Abdullah kind of reminds me of an old Jalen Richard, bro. You know, we're getting one of those guys. You know, we've been on lives before where I was pissed that we got rid of Richard go.
Yeah.
Because Richard was very good he got paid to block on passing downs. You know,
absolutely. That was paid. One of his stronger suits was him blocking, you know what I'm saying, on those and being able to, you know, like you said, on third down, the check down was always still a live play because of Jalen Richard. So yeah, I didn't like seeing him go out the door, but you know,
we got another one.
It's the business, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. We got another one with Abdullah, and if he sticks around, and you gotta. That's a lot of people. A lot of running backs don't like doing that. They don't want to do that. There's a risk of injury, and because you're hitting a bigger dude. Usually, it's a defensive end or one of them downhill linebackers that's 10 pounds more than you. But they don't like doing that. They want the ball. So, but if you could it looks like those two have accepted that role in a good way, and that's a good thing to have. That you have to do this, or you're going to be out of here. You have to block. You have to be able to block if you're a running back
I
these
think I,
days now.
I think that's one of the positives, even in regards to our team, whether you like everybody on our roster or not, but just from the eye, it seems like everybody knows their role. And they play their role. You know what I'm saying? There's not too many. You don't hear too many rumblings of a player not happy because of what I'm saying. Of course, we heard about DA, and he wanted his touches, but that's just a number one receiver being a number one receiver in the NFL. But
totally different dude last week. Totally different dude on Thursday, huh?
Hey, and he really didn't even get that many. He didn't even get that much, that much. But I think it goes back to what he was really trying to say when everybody was trying to, say he was disgruntled. It was just more of he wants to see this offense put points on the board. You know what I'm saying? To where we almost played. Well, I'll say it. We played a perfect game in regards to the turnover. You know what I'm saying? When they turned the ball over, we turned around and gave them 7. You know what I'm saying? And that's what, I think that's more of what DA was talking about. I was like, we should be putting points on the board. You know what I'm saying? And I think that was more of his frustration, but yeah, he was dancing and everything on the sideline. You know what I'm saying? And he really wasn't even like a main factor, in the game. Like, yeah, he did his couple of catches here and there, but he played his role,
Yeah.
And it worked out.
It did for him. And Myers had a good game too.
Yeah.
Jacoby had a good game, and Mayer had a great game. And then that dude right there, I really, really like that tight end. And I think he's not going to be the flashy type guy like Waller is, but I don't even like Waller in the get well. But the thing is that well, you knew how I feel about the guy, but
yeah,
he demands the football and he takes it. He takes the football. Then that's the type of tight end you need. He's not the fastest cat, but try bringing that dude down.
Yeah.
And then you lose him for a second, he's in the end zone.
And you can tell that obviously he's upgraded his play. Yeah. Not saying that he wasn't a good tight end, but you can tell because Austin Hooper was supposed to be our number one our number one tight end, and all of a sudden it seems like Mayer's getting the look, so that's encouraging to see.
Just going in motion. That's all you do now. See Hooper going in, that was Myers' role, going in motion, going to the other side, making that other side stronger. And then now you see Hooper doing that. So I think the Meyer with his Mayer with his confidence that he's getting through this game is just gonna make the kid be more confident.
Yeah.
And if you're confident on that line, no matter what you play, you're gonna dominate games. And I think that if I was a offensive line coach, and depending, if where you're gonna put, Miller, if Miller's not healthy, just maybe this will be another. Let's see how you feel next week type move, because you had a guy that had 6 sacks against you just get dominated by a second-year player. Developing Mumford would be more, and taking the place of Miller, or put him. I don't really think that Mumford's a guard. He's too big for a guard, but he can't play it. But I think that you got your blindside tackle in check if he can do stuff like that every day, every Sunday.
I think that, and I said it on another live, but I feel like there's the people that didn't play. I think they're on notice to in an aspect, because it's like, at what coach is going to say, oh, Andre James is back, let's go ahead and plug him in. If this unit that was out there last week got the job done, it's going to be tough. Like, and like you said, with Colton Miller, like, as much as we love Colton Miller, the unit that was out there, saying they was definitely putting their bid in, for their spot, for spots. So it's going to be interesting to see if we revert back to getting Colton Miller out there, and who's going to play whatever, and or are they going to keep it the way that it was last week? Because last week it worked.
Yeah, you're the right way of speaking it is, Twine. You don't know. Mumford has had bad games too. This isn't. Oh, he held down Mac, and he's a all pro left tackle now. Miller is an all pro left tackle, and it's going to be hard to take that job. But if his shoulder ain't right, even still, even if we're out of it, if these are meaningless games, Miller's going to want to be out there. But he doesn't want to have a long-term injury or get surgery. If it's something that you just need a rest, he'll do it. Let him do it. Let the kid go. I don't think Miller's going to be jeopardized of his job. We're going to have a solid, very good, solid backup behind him that can float maybe to the right side if something happens to Illuminor, or something is always wrong with Illuminor. Game by game, he has a bad game and a good game, bad game and a good game. Mumford dominated a game, and so did Illuminor, but Illuminor has had games like that, Twan. You've seen him do that, but the next game he would mess up or do something stupid, or he didn't do that this game. And then, now the Illuminor's an all pro. No, you just got to let him. He's been in the league long enough to know that that's not what you're supposed to do. And Mumford is so young, Mumford and Parham are so young, and they're developing. And I see that. So that's good to have.
It's frustrating. It's frustrating though, and I think that was my frustration with Illuminor, because it's like, dude, you're a vet. You should know. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's just certain things you should know, and you are not showing that you know. Like, why are and we've been on panels for for so many times, and I always talk about it seemed like Illuminor loves getting his name called. You know what I'm saying? And every game, for the wrong reasons, he got to get his name called at least once. And but it's like, you're a vet. You should play better. Or at least know better. I don't know if it's either play better or know better, but you gotta do one of those things better, for real.
SoCal South, we've been saying that for the last 2 years, but he seems to not go nowhere. The Illuminor seems to not go nowhere. We've been saying get rid of this dude for the last 2 years. And then he's doing it with Gruden, he was doing it here with this guy, and then he's doing it with he didn't do it this game. So maybe you can use that as a stepping stone, but always assume Illuminor would do something. That's what I got. That's what I got my brain wrapped around already.
You just got to factor in, like, we gonna at least get one penalty by Illuminor. We just got to figure out when it's gonna happen.
And just not in the red zone like he used to.
God.
Or not bad, but they played great. There was nothing wrong with it. That's why Zeus and Abdullah, and that run by in the Wildcat, what was his name? That's
Bolden.
why that happened. That's why they could do that, because that offensive line was solid. And that's why you got 4 touchdowns from that quarterback.
Yeah.
He had protection. It'll happen. And one thing, what we could say, that the team that we were playing wanted to get their even I don't know if it's backing up the Chargers or whatever, but you can't tell those players to give up. Those players were playing hard. Those players were playing as hard as they could, and their coach just they didn't play that way and get beat by 63 because they were mad at the coach. That doesn't happen in the NFL. It might happen in your pee-wees. I don't even think it happens there. It's not a good. You're not taught to play football that way. So we played against a team that probably thought they were going to go in there and beat us, and we outdid them.
Yeah. I want to. I don't know. Like it.
You can't tell a football player. You can't tell a football player to give up. Man. If he has it in his own mind, it's individual, and those are the type of people you should get rid of.
Because it was just like and as much as we talk about what was going right for us, it kind of like it also makes you want to think like what was going wrong for them, because like and I joked about it, on another live. I was like, man, like we know Staley usually does something stupid, like he makes stupid calls or stupid whatever, but like this game, like when he was going for it on 4th down, like it actually made sense. Like, what I'm saying? Like he was calling the game the right way, but it still wasn't working for them.
Well, he can't handle his guys not holding on to the football.
Yeah.
Right. And that was the thing. What it was that they turned over the football, we got it back, and we scored on it. We scored touchdowns. And that was the factor. And then when you do that defensively, Twuan, it changes the momentum of the game quick. It changes it. And then the offense opens up once you get a big lead like that. Bo's sitting there with this playbook with all the pages in it, bro. With all of them. And then he could do whatever he wanted. That's what it looked like.
And that's the other thing too, is like, I think some of the plays that we did was because of the situation that we were in too. It's like, oh, we got another turnover and we're up by 21. Okay, we got I'll just say it, we got big balls now. You know what I'm saying? So we'll let Jacoby throw the ball, or you know what I'm saying? Like,
you got to put that out there.
It's just like
you got to put that out there, Twuan.
Yeah,
you got to let people know we ain't gonna stop, because I don't. This notion of it's not a rule book on how much you can beat a team. You know what I mean? It's not. There's no. It's a coaching respect type thing. But I got a team right here. You want me to have them slow down? They didn't score a point the game before. 0. If they want to score 80 points, I'm gonna let them.
Yeah.
Because defensively, we're scoring too. So what do you want me to do? I'm running the football. It's just that I mixed in a wildcat with it. You're still running the ball. Stop that. Do something to stop that. That's the way it is. That coach will have respect for you from him trying to stop you and you scoring a touchdown on it.
I think even with that being said, I think he did try to pump the brakes a little bit, but our defense was like, nah, we gonna fumble recover. and take one to the house. We gonna we gonna read your play because we know exactly what you gonna do, and then we just gonna catch it one. We gonna style it and catch it one hand and take it to the house. Like, and what can you do with that? Like, you can't stop. You know what I'm saying? A pick six. You can't stop a almost 400-pound defensive tackle from getting in the end zone if the football gods allow for him to do it, you know.
Yeah, you know, and you got to self-check yourself as a coach to say, get in your coordinator's ass for running a screenplay at your 20-yard line. You know, a screenplay last year, Twuan, or the year before that, was a chunk play. You know, if it was 3rd and 30, 3rd and 25, you would run a screen pass and try to get that first down, or at least, you know, try to miss some tackles, have your linemen out there to break away. Now they do it on first downs without even running the football or without even a pass. But he read that, and then it was a great read. You know, his responsibility was probably something else, but his touchdown overshined it. You know, everybody left that side to bunch up there. It was a condensed formation, and the guy flared out. His responsibility was probably to move in more and to probably get a tackle. They probably knew a screenplay was coming from the get-go with the formation, but he read that to where he threw it and who he goes to. So that's watching tape. That's the type of guy you need right there. Totally different. Peters wouldn't have done that. Peters probably would have played zone. Let that screen happen. And then ran up and hit a blocker or something. But
now I'll ask you this, because you're talking about Peters too, is like, have you noticed that we're playing closer to the line of scrimmage?
Yeah. Because we have got the more you put your corners up to the line of scrimmage, you for one, you're not showing any leverage you're giving the receiver, inside or outside, because you could bump them, you could do something from either side, and then you're dictating that you're gonna solidify that line of scrimmage. So if he does a screen pass, you're right on him. All you gotta do is backpedal 2 steps and come back. If you're in zone, shoot, he'd catch a screen pass and get another. The way Peters was so deep is that he would run at least 12 yards until Peters would even run to get him. He was playing so far back.
And
I don't know why Graham didn't tell him move up a little bit, but if you're 12 yards back, Twuan, playing zone, and you still got a backpedal, you're giving way too much cushion, bro. Way too much.
And that's if he makes the tackle, right?
He'll be in the tackle when the guy's getting 30-yard gain already. You know, that's why we see in the middle of that field always get demolished, because he wouldn't bump those guys doing the crosses or the in routes or anything like that. He was known for a press cover guy, but I guess he just, I don't know what happened, man. I never liked that Peters pickup anyways from the get-go.
Yeah, I know you wasn't a fan of him. I thought he was actually going to do, you know, half of what, if he was just half of what he was, you know, previously, I think he still would be somewhat on this roster. But he acted like he didn't even want to tackle, and I'm like, dude, you gotta. And that's what I like even more, you know. And you know, I've been ringing the bell for, you know, I've been ringing the bell for Jack Jones, but like, you can see even on tape how he ain't afraid to tackle, or, you know, if they run a play to his side, you know, it definitely is a, you know, he's cleaning it up. You know what I'm saying? Of course, the other guys are coming behind him, but, you know, most of the time it starts and ends with him. you know.
And that's what you do. That's what you do, Twuan, is that your safeties, your good ones are your leading tacklers, but their safeties, both your safeties can't be leading your team in tackles. And that's what we put so much responsibility. Don't you notice that our corners are better, and then our safeties are free to roam, do good hits, knock the ball out, get picks. As soon as our corners start playing their third and press man and not giving these receivers any room to run or anything like that. Don't you notice how good our safeties are playing? Epps is popping balls out. Morey's getting picks, making tackles. No one's getting behind them. Once in a while they might be out of position, but it's not every down. Where's Morey? What's Morey doing? What look at what Epps is doing this and that, and that was the problem.
Yeah.
One side was deflated, and the other side was playing good.
Yeah. We got a special guest coming in. I'm glad that we got some more people flowing in. I'm gonna try to roll this as long as I can, while I can, and if I can. So, ladies and gentlemen, the man, see, I'm over clicking on the wrong stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, the man, he calls himself the king of the late night, and I think he's here to take over a little bit on the late night tip. Ladies and gentlemen, the man, the legend, the Dirty Raider.
What's up with you, brother? How you doing?
What's going on with you?
I'm good, man. I'm chilling. I was just hanging out, basically. I didn't give myself the title King of the Late Night. It was given to me. I just ran with it. I just ran with it.
I'm just trying to get in where I fit in, man.
I just had time to sit down and turn on, the YouTube. I saw you still alive, so I was like, let me go holler at my boy for a minute, man. I don't show love on other places, as much as I should, especially when it's shown to me. So I try to give it back. I heard y'all talking about the defense.
Yeah.
I was wrong with Marcus Peters. Just didn't quite work out the way I wanted it to. What's up, Gravy? How you doing, brother?
What's up, Dirty?
Chilling, man. Yeah, I was wrong about Marcus Peters. I wanted him to come in and show these players how to be a dog. I wasn't expecting him to have the numbers, of his former self, what he used to be. I just thought he would come in and show these players how to be like a dog, how to really play. And when I saw him not wanting to tackle, bro, I was like, man, this is bad leadership right here. You know what I mean? This is bad leadership. This is what I don't want my corners to do. I brought you in for you to show them how to be a dog, how to be a beast. And here it is, you showing them how to be phony baloney, bro. You know what I mean? I was not shocked, nor was I upset when they let his ass go. I was like, yep, okay. All right, another person donning number 24 that can't represent, bro. Another 24 that can't represent, bro.
Yeah, I thought the writing was definitely on the wall when they brought in Jack Jones. I was like, there's something as to why they're bringing in Jack Jones, and I can only assume that obviously he was showing, when he got there, he was showing that he could get the job done. So it made it a little easier to let go of Peters, because I think that was also the reason why Peters was still kind of around, was because we really didn't have, that much over, in that room to be like, okay, well, he'll do until we find him, you know what I'm saying? And I think that was the situation. And with Jack Jones, we found something there enough to say, hey, Peters, you gotta, and AP ain't playing around either, and that's another reason why I like AP, because it don't matter who you are. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't coming up to the bar, he's gonna get in your face.
AP he's like, you give me everything you got, or you get your shit and get the hell up out my field. I ain't got no time for nobody that don't want to be here and giving me everything they got. You know what I mean? And I like that. I hope AP get the job. I really do. I don't really too much care for experience. You know what I mean? I don't really too much care for veteran savvy. I care for the guy who can lead a fucking team. Doesn't matter, you know what I mean? Shit. I just want the guy that can lead a team. Should it matter if he's ever been a head coach anywhere besides high school? No, it doesn't. A leader is a leader, regardless.
Yeah. I just hope that they Mark Davis has a tough decision on his hands. What does he do? Are we retooling, or are we rebuilding? You know what I'm saying? And if you go a certain way, coaching wise, you're really asking for a rebuild. You know what I'm saying? And I just personally feel that we got enough pieces here. Not saying that our roster is complete, but I feel like we can get the grocery and really fix the pieces that need to be fixed, and really have something, a consistent thing. It speaks volumes, and I said this and I'm gonna keep saying it speaks volumes when you have players in a system for 2 or 3 years and they know exactly where to go or where to be or what to do, because the expectation didn't change. You know what I'm saying? Like if you with a guy, you know what I'm saying, for 4 years, there ain't much he's gonna change. You know what I'm saying? So every year, okay, I know my coach likes this. I know my coach wants this. I know my coach, when he says this, I know what that means. You know what I'm saying? There's certain things like, and we see it with other defenses. We'll see the linebacker tap his head, or we'll see the linebacker, smack his side, and that is an indicator. You know what I'm saying? Like kind of like nonverbal indicator on something that they're doing on their defense, and it's because guess what? They've been together. So when the brother taps his side, everybody knows on that field, you know what I'm saying, what to do. And I wish we can get to that, you know what I'm saying, as a team. And I think it's just going to take for us to just kind of stick with who we got and roll with it.
I mean, this team is
we ain't got no choice. We ain't got no choice. But defensively, I think they're solid. Pass rush is always something we can get. Never could always need those, but maybe
need another top corner.
Another young corner would be good. And someone
a stud linebacker would be nice too. You know what I mean? Especially if Bennett lives up to the hype next year. You know what I mean? If he takes that second year jump, you know what I mean? You have him, you have Jack Jones, you still got a Meek, you got Nate, you know what I mean? You add one more piece to that.
I still like Hall.
I like Hall. Hall came out there and played with some. You know what I really liked about this game, bro? They played physical. You know what I mean? They made them pay for everything. No catch, good catch. They made them pay for everything, bro. It was like watching the Raiders from the 70s, 80s, and 90s, man. The way they was just getting to the ball and just laying the hat, bro. Like, fuck it. You here, I'm here. Bang, bang. Let's go.
I hope they do it. I hope they do it against these Chiefs, because they're susceptible for it. I think they are. The way they play today.
I watched how they
Was
played
not.
today too, Gravy, man,
It
against
wasn't
New England. I
impressive.
was like, come on, man. Y'all,
That-
bro, you should have
New
dog
England,
walked New England.
But that's what it, and maybe and you guys watch film, like, and tape and stuff like that. This is not anything different from what the Chiefs do. Like they're you can beat the Chiefs. I feel like I'm like a cheerleader on that. Like, you can beat the Chiefs. It's like they're not even that good. Like, yeah, they have Kelsey. Yeah, that's something that maybe you need to keep an eye out on or whatever, and play team defense. But like, a lot of the times, like, the reason why the Chiefs win is because the opposing teams, they beat up on themselves. You know what I'm saying? And not play a clean game, or saying, they make a mistake and allow them give them short field. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. Like, the Chiefs are beatable. And I keep watching every year teams like lose to the Chiefs. Like, you talking about, they should have dog walked the New England Patriots, like stuff like that. Like,
hey, look, the first game wasn't a blowout. The first time we played them this year, it wasn't a blowout. It was a decent game. You know what I mean?
I thought they had control of that game from the end of the first quarter. Dirty.
Yeah, I mean, they did, but it wasn't like we got blown out the water.
Nah, we didn't get scoring wise.
Yeah, it was some key plays and some key moments, but for the most part, like, I felt like if a couple of things would have went the other way, we'd have been right there. So I don't see why we can't beat the Chiefs. You know what I mean? I don't see why.
Think man for man, you could tell even in a win that Mahomes is frustrated. You could tell, and so if we could just top that frustration, with pressure and incomplete passes, and keep this guy moving around all over the place, jack his mind all up, then what it's going to down, bro, is going to be if AP has learned about this guy, because he's dealing with the best, but with the less talent, but he can make do with it. And what Andy Reid will do is Andy Reid will start dissecting you, and then what do we need to do for that? Can AP and our coaches adjust to that continuously over years and years and years with his coordinators? Can we do that to them, which we didn't do the first game?
Yeah.
I don't know how much Kelsey is going to be of any help to Kansas City come next week.
No, you got hurt today.
You
look hurt today. You look hurt, frustrated. Mahomes looked frustrated. Even in the win, he was just.
Hey, look, I'd be frustrated. I'd be frustrated if I had a receiver like Tony too, bro. Shit, bro, I'd be frustrated too, bro. Like, what the
only bright spot they got is Rice.
With this guy? Now you want to know why the Giants gave up on him. Now you understand why the Giants gave up on this dude, bro.
And the thing is though too, Dirty, when the game before we were gonna play Kansas City, Rice dropped like 5 passes, and then Tony didn't catch anything, and then the other guy had a good game, but Rice was dropping all the passes. Then we play against Kansas City, and Rice, he catching everything. You know what I mean? So that's what we need to put the pressure on this dude, so that ain't happening. And maybe Tony might. We don't want Tony going for 150 on this game when we know that he can't do that. Can't have the guy explode like that. And it won't be hard to do.
Yeah, that is not in his cards at all. I don't see why anybody would want to do that or allow him.
I'm making an excuse for us. Not making an excuse for us, but Pacheco's hurt. Hilaire had a good game, but that's very rare. You get 2 games from Hilaire, because I've had to do the fantasy. And he's always sucked at 2 games after he did something, and he probably shot his wad this game.
My team let me down so bad in the last 3 weeks, bro. I'm so pissed. So
Yeah, I had
pissed.
Tyreek in all my leagues today. He didn't play.
Dang.
I'm so mad. DA all season didn't do shit. All season. And it's not his fault. You know what I mean? It's not his fault. You know. I had Jordan Jefferson who was on the bench.
Twuan gonna be playing somebody that look like he's gonna be playing Soul maybe or Soul or Omar, one or the other.
Okay.
He's been number one. The number one from the get. First seed is Brown Crackers right there.
Hey. got a hell of it.
Telling me he never played fantasy before. He ain't. I never played fantasy before. He's over here with
Twuan over there paying IBM for under the table information and shit.
Finessing everybody.
No comment. No comment. Next question.
You gonna buy more Jerry Curl activator in Raider gear? That's what you gonna do with that money?
Look, give me some new hats. You know what I'm saying?
You gonna get a new fantasy ring though. The little fantasy ring he got to display that he won that.
We'll see if he wins it. We'll see. There's actually some good squads. You know what I'm saying? Some good squads over there with the game. So we'll see how it works out. It could be my week. It could not be my week. There was a couple of weeks I kind of was sweating. You know what I'm saying? And all of a sudden somebody had a monster game. So that's
it just so happened in our league all yours have a monster game.
Hey, it just happens to be that somebody that I have, because it like there was one time like I was like, man, why is Gus Edwards out of all people going off? and I had him on the
Why am I starting? Why am I starting him when Mitchell's kicking ass? Yeah. And then Mitchell gets hurt. The next thing you know, here comes Edwards.
Yeah.
20, 30 some points.
And I jumped on, you know, like where Dirty was talking about picking DA. You know, I was really on Jacoby Myers because I felt like, you know, Jacoby Myers was going to be the one that was going to benefit from the decoy of Jacoby Myers. I was like, of DA. I was like, yeah, DA's going to get doubled and Jacoby Myers is going to get the single. And it worked, especially when we had Jimmy Garoppolo, because for some reason, Jimmy Garoppolo just loved his Patriot buddy and, you know, was throwing it a lot to Jacoby Myers.
You'll be surprised. Look at Jacoby gets double too. Same as much as DA, and he runs routes.
The only one that don't get double teamed is fucking Hunter Renfrow.
Or if Tucker's in there.
Yeah, but they gonna start double teaming him because he way too fast. You putting no damn anybody on him.
Yeah, they better put a safety over the top. That's if he catch the ball.
I think he's gonna take.
I was talking about that. I was talking about that to Gravy. Earlier.
He's gonna take Renfro's job. Tucker's gonna take Renfro's job.
That's why I feel like if you were to put a better offensive line out there in front, you know what I mean, rebuild that, keep what you got, you know what I mean, work with your quarterback. Shit, even get one of these dual threat quarterbacks that's coming out this year. You know what I mean, work with him. You know what I mean? But you can have a fire ass offense and a great defense, bro. I could see you at least making playoff pushes for the next couple of years. You know what I mean? If not, quite possibly maybe making a Super Bowl run. But definitely a team in contention. Something to talk people, something people gonna fear. Something be like, hey, fuck, man, we got them coming in. You know, they deep on both sides of the ball, bro. It's crazy. Like that's what I want. That's what I want to hear when I turn on Friday, Saturday. You know what I mean? Thursday, Wednesday. When I hear them talking about football, I want to hear them talk. Man, them boys over there, man. That's a bad team.
And it's not like we got to go. And for me, like, just my perspective, I don't think we even got to go crazy in free agency. Like, I think if we, you know what I'm saying, if we just address certain things in the draft, like especially on the defensive side of the ball, I think we can get everything we need defensively in the draft. And you know, my method was spend, you know, get pay for the offensive line, you know what I'm saying, for the pieces on the offensive line, and then everything else draft. I think we can get a defensive tackle in you know, in you know, the draft. I think we can get a corner in the draft. You know what I'm saying? But we just gotta, you know, as we always say, you gotta hit on your picks.
Yeah, you do.
But I do see that as doable. Man, if
regime,
right,
you know,
moves,
new guy,
we could flip this in a year.
You gotta wipe the slate whenever it's somebody new. You know what I mean? You gotta wipe the slate. So I'm gonna see what he do. I'm gonna see who first. We gotta see who it's gonna be. Then we gotta see what they're gonna do. Like if you come in here and you try to dismantle what's already here, like whoever comes in should be able to build upon this. Should be able to make this better. If you can't come in here and make what we already have better by adding something versus subtracting something, then you're not the person for the job. I guarantee if I was the one to get the job, bro, I'm like AP, bro. I'm not gonna try and really get rid of too much of nothing. I'm gonna get rid of my 2 backup quarterbacks. That's for sure. I'm definitely getting rid of my 2 backup quarterbacks and bringing in, you know, what I feel to be serviceable backups if I don't draft one of these top guys coming out next year. And then I'm gonna put some protection up front. Because I know my offense can perform with some protection. I just saw it. They put up 48 points.
Right.
With protection. You know what I mean? They just put up 48 points with protection. You know, 49. I'm sorry. They put up 49 points with protection. So
we can see that Mumford and Parham have developed, and then that's a good thing. It's a great thing. Like I was saying earlier with Twuan was that, you know, if Mumford did so well this game, and then I know that we know the type guy Mac is, that Mac is not going to roll over and say, nah, I'm not going to play for this coach. We know that. So Mumford kept them in check. Now we got a good natural left tackle, and Miller's hurt. You know, why be hurt a little bit and throw you back in there? Let Mumford develop more, get these game reps against good pass rushers, and then you got your dude in the future, because Miller's not going to be there all his life. You know,
no.
you can expect these shoulder problems coming from a left tackle. It always does.
We don't know how long this is gonna last. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We don't know how bad this shoulder is, how long it's gonna last. You know, if you can't do this, then you can't be out there.
And what it was, I think
on the blind side.
I think it was this off and on thing. You know, him missing a game and then playing a game and missing a game. Obviously, that game that he played wasn't the right decision to do. So he hurt it again, or something else. It got aggravated. So just because it's Kansas City, don't say, well, let's give Mumford another shot. What pass rush they got?
Hey, look,
See a motherfucker can handle that.
you kind of got to ride with what you got after, you know what I
Mhm.
mean, last week's display. You kind of got to ride with that, man. You got to give him another opportunity.
Yeah.
See, I'm all about giving people opportunities to fail. I'm all about giving people opportunities to succeed. The thing is, I'm all about giving folks opportunities. You do what you must with the opportunity that I give you, and we'll go from there. You know what I mean?
We don't know. We
Like,
don't know if Jacob would have been good to go, and then took all those reps from Zeus, and then the score probably would have been different. More. We played a game without our best one of our best asset as far as AP concerned, because it starts with Josh Jacobs.
I think
That's what he said.
I think they also felt like they could have got away with, it's like, we know Josh Jacobs is hurt, but what can we get away with him this week? And can we not get away with them? You know what I'm saying? With the Chiefs, like I'm cool with sitting. I was cool with sitting him, this week if that's what they felt like going and doing, because we're all, as some people are in the mode of tanking or whatever language you guys are speaking, but I think these guys are trying to play and push. So if you got to sit somebody because you need them for next week, do it.
Look, if you ain't ready, if you ain't 100% and you ain't ready to go, then we ain't gonna go. You know what I mean?
Like, trying to win.
Yeah, AP wants to win, but he's not trying to lose a player to win.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Now Max Crosby is just a different story, bro. It don't matter. You could take Max Crosby helmet and hide it, bro. He's gonna go find another one. He's gonna find a way. You know what I mean? To put something on his head and go out there and play. I mean, that's just the type of player he is. We see that. We know that. I don't know if Josh Jacobs is playing against the Chiefs or not. Extra week of, resting the what is it, a lower calf, something like that?
It's a quad.
You know what I mean? Like,
he's a big muscle. Probably got banged in there. Just bruised up. Matters how deep that bruise is, though. Because some of them take a couple of weeks.
Hey, that shit can be very painful, bro.
But also
very painful.
The biggest muscle on your body.
But also, it's factoring in. You gave him a regular week off, but we have extra time now because we had the Thursday game. You know what I'm saying? So he has even more time to try to get himself together for the Chief game.
Yeah, but I'm all, like I said, I'm not all four players pushing it. You know what I mean? Beyond its means. I don't want him to go out there and quite possibly rupture it or something like that. Then you out for a long time, a very long time, if you ever recover.
Yeah.
So,
I don't know. They did say it's just an injury. It's not a pull. I don't know. That's hard to do. Probably got a good hit right on the. Probably got a good hit right in the middle of it. Matters of the bone. If it's hurting that bad to him be out of a game, that bruises to the bone.
Yeah.
So,
I don't want to. I don't want to sound cutthroat, but how long do we got Josh Jacobs under contract?
Year, just this year.
But this is the way I see it, Twuan. I think that if we solidify the general manager and if he's there first thing he got to do is to sew up Jacob. Either pay him more or work out something to where, because you can't trade Josh Jacobs. He's gonna go once you say we're not gonna pay you or this is our offer, and he says no, he can go anywhere he wants.
Hey, it's either sign him or let him go. Sign him or let him go.
You try to do this tag again, then he just won't show up for nothing, and we're gonna get the same slow start Josh Jacobs we got last year.
So sign him to a real contract or let him go, man. You
got to be there. That's why we're getting the Josh Jacobs we're getting now. In the beginning of the, it could have been the way the offense was being used, but we would have had a better Josh Jacobs with a training camp with him in front of his offensive line, getting that what they do and things like that. That's important, man. You got to be there, even though you know the guys. You still, some of them got slower, some of them are different. They're rotating everything.
But this old line, just like last year, Gravy, just now starting to gel. Too late in the damn season. Like, come on, man.
We did it last year. The sixth, seventh game, we were still rotating everybody. Putting bars in there, Meredith in there. The Illuminor was playing right tackle, left tackle. The only one that wasn't moving was James and Miller. Now that these guys developed, we can put them anywhere they want, and then that's a good thing to have. Plus, what you get in free agency or in the draft.
Yeah.
But I would like that done quickly. Josh Jacobs sold up because if AP said that it starts with Josh Jacobs, then if AP is the coach, then you know what's going to happen. He's going to do everything he can to get that. And I
think Champ was one of the guys that was in there fighting for that contract too, though. You know what I mean? To be like, hey, look, man, why are we not signing this guy? So, but we got to wait and see who's going to be the general manager, who's going to be the new head coach. Hopefully, you know what I mean? They go through all the interview processes like they're supposed to, like they have to, you know what I mean? And just deem like, hey, look, the guys we have in-house, we like better. We talked to everybody else. We heard their philosophies. We heard what they wanted to do. We listened to their agenda. And we're just more comfortable with what we have now. And then boom, let's go.
Our problem is our problem is actually your problem. You know what I'm saying? It's we know what we getting with. They've been in the room long enough we know what AP is going to bring to the table. We know what deficiencies that are possibly there with Bo Hardegree. We know what, we know what, our defensive coordinator can do. But when you start bringing guys in, then you got to start that all over again. You not only is the organization trying to figure you out, but now the coordinators are now trying to figure out these players all over again. So do we want to go through that, or do we want to just roll with that's why I didn't understand this early in my football my knowledge. I never understood why just certain players were hovering around certain teams, and it all boiled down to because they knew the problem. they were okay with the problem that person was. You know what I'm saying? Like that person may not been the best at zone, but they were great at man, and because they knew that, they were like, okay, I know that's your problem, and I'm okay with that. I'm not going to experiment, you know what I'm saying, on player X, because I got to take a whole nother season to figure him out. But I know what you do, so guess what? I'm gonna keep you on the Packers squad, or I'm gonna keep unsigning you. The same thing with Keisha Cole. Like, why is that fool still floating around the Raiders? It's like, okay, because
he still plays for us?
We know his problems.
Is he on the practice squad?
I don't know where he's at. I hope he just finds.
He's stuck around there just for Twuan.
Hey, man, don't get me started on Keisha Cole. You know what I'm saying?
They let him go. And they brought him back, and he's still on there.
Yeah, but that's but it's because the problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's why you have players like that stick around. And it's like, why is this person?
Hey, some players, like they say, some players are just great practice players. Some players are just great practice players, bro. Great to have in practice. Let me
tell you something let me tell you guys something that I foresee in the future. There was a reason why Jacoby Myers came to this team. And it was because he knows this offense. He knows McDaniels, and he's blossoming at this, what we're doing right now. Now, next year, I'm pretty sure we're not going to run this same offense. Jacoby Myers has never experienced anything else different. Now, the route running skills that Jacoby has is the football that everybody else runs. He's that type player. He's a very good wide receiver. But the conception about me, what I'm saying is that he signed a 2-year contract, so he's going to be with us next year. But he can get out of that. And would we feel that way, or am I just thinking way, way, way ahead that he would be more comfortable going back with this boy? Because Jacoby's not a vocal guy. He's not really talkative and stuff. But he was the one that blossomed when McDaniel was here.
Where's he gonna go back to?
His good old roots, bro. Because what's gonna happen over there. What's gonna happen over there.
This is Belichick's last season.
Mm.
You know what I mean? So he can't go back there. You know what I mean? That's gonna be new. No matter where he goes, it's gonna be new. McDaniels is not getting ready to get a head coaching job anywhere. Be shocked if he got hired as an offensive coordinator anywhere in the next year or two. Honestly, so I mean, his best bet would be to just stick out your last year here. You know what I mean? Run with because if Bo gets the job, Bo's not going to throw out the whole playbook. He can't. It'll be his first time as an offensive coordinator. He's going to have to look into some of that and add it into whatever it is he comes up with. You know what I mean? He can't throw out the whole book. Because in all honesty, it's what he knows now.
Is it AP what AP wants? Does
AP's a
like
defensive guy? AP's a defensive guy. I believe all the coaches might get together, sit down, and talk about it, Gravy. You know what I mean? I don't think it's just going to be all on Bo Hardegree. But if it's going to be Bo's offense, majority of it has to come from Bo. You know what I mean? A good 75% of that book has to come from Bo. It's Bo's book. You know what I mean? He's going to be the one calling it, trying to implement it. I think AP's more of a player's coach type guy. You know what I mean? He knows the X's and O's. You know what I mean? He knows how to lead. He knows how to, delegate. You know what I mean? I think he knows how to delegate. He knows how to look at both sides of the ball. So I think he's in that position. I think he's the type of head coach you want, where he knows that there's people that know a little bit more than he does at certain things, so he elevates them. You know what I mean? He elevates. You almost could say, "Hey, that's why I put you in the booth, bro. I put you above everything, so you can see better." You know what I mean? So I think he elevates the things that are around him, just because. I mean, you see his presence. You know what I mean? In the pregame shows and the postgame interviews, pregame interviews, like you see his presence. You know what I mean? It's infectious. You know what I mean? It's lively. It make you want to go. The type of person, I guarantee you, like if coaching didn't work out, man, he would have a great morning show, bro, that would get you amped and motivated and out there and ready to go, man. You know what I mean? Like, so
I think
you stay a coach.
I think with AP, it's just like he just wants it to make sense. Like I don't think he really cares what playbook, or you know what I'm saying, what you come up with, as long as it makes sense. You have to. And
football shouldn't be complicated.
Yeah.
Like I said, he's a put guys around himself where he just makes those decisions. I'm doing with the players. You do the X's and O's. And then that's when you get somebody good at it. To me, when AP gets it, he's gonna get. He ought to stick with the guy that brought him in here, which was Graham, and I don't think Graham will go anywhere. And it somewhat moved the offense because he had an offensive coach, head coach before that. Lombardi probably hired you and McDaniel said, okay, but I'm going to call the plays. You develop Aiden. And it, I don't think Garoppolo and Hoyer really needed Bo's attention more than Aiden did. They probably seen Aiden and said, Bo, this is your guy. You develop into this guy because I'm planning on being here. McDaniels didn't plan on getting fired or this season turning out this way. So Bo worked with Aiden. That shows that Bo knows what he's doing as far as quarterbacks are concerned.
Yeah.
When he got pushed into this offensive coordinator, quarterback coaches, that I've been around, they're not really into game planning or anything like that. They can say, well, my guy, Garoppolo, Garoppolo probably knows all the footwork, what to do with his arm, things like that. They probably didn't really mess with him. They worked together, but
that was going to be my
what
next
I meant.
thought. Like, do you think he even wants to be the offensive coordinator next year?
I doubt it. I doubt it.
You know
It's probably hard for him. It's probably hard for him.
Look, if I'm not comfortable with it, you know what I mean, and I can go back to being just a quarterbacks coach, you know what I mean? All right, cool.
That's how you start. You start there, quarterback coach, and then you get to be OC, and you kind of earn your way up there.
Yeah.
With the respect of other coaches, and you give it the guy. He's a Adam Gase guy. Adam Gase was a Booth guy, and he's good offensive coordinator. One of these offensive coordinators that just wasn't a good coach. And
I've been up and down the ladder, man. I've been special teams. I've been position coach. I've been a head coach. Been a coordinator on both sides of the ball. I've made my rounds. You know what I mean? So
what I was
understand.
elaborating to, as far as AP is concerned, is a lot of defensive coaches with that are intern type guys. Like with Versace, shoot, you're a special teams coach, but you got respect from the players, and you just about know everything. What type of guy are you going to bring in here? You don't run Gruden's offense, his West Coast types. Maybe AP likes that. Maybe AP's I'm going to run, I'm going to pound the ball. We're going to be physical. We're going to get these big old boys that no one can block, and we'll throw it to DA. We got all these weapons, and then we'll just use play action. It sounds like that's the type of guy he is. So the new McDaniels type offense, it goes through that, but it's way different. It's different type stuff. And then I don't think that Bo Hardegreen's like that. He was just a quarterback coach. So he's just using McDaniels' playbook but you can tell that it's different. You can tell that things are more free. Receivers have more option. There's no option. There wasn't no option that you could do with McDaniels. There was that way. You're there. If you're not open, then don't throw it to him. That's why people were frustrated. If this guy's giving me if this corner is giving me inside leverage, why can't I take that? But you want me to go around outside? It doesn't matter. I'm covered right off the bat. You're not open. So let's go to the next guy. And that's the way that offense is ran. That's why sometimes I don't understand how it could be that successful, but we're seeing how good it can be when it's used with options.
Yeah.
Like you wouldn't see that play. You wouldn't see that play, that Wildcat play with McDaniels. You wouldn't see that. You definitely wouldn't see. You definitely wouldn't see
that bum ass flea flicker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're definitely right about that. No, I think the team's got more life. You know what I mean? I think they're responding well.
It comes from him.
McDaniels could have achieved some shit if he would have just put his ego to the fucking side and learned how to use your players. You know what I mean? Skills instead of trying to prove to the world that you this godly thing. Like you didn't learn in Denver. Obviously, you didn't learn in Denver. We can see you didn't learn in Denver. You said you did, but I don't know. I think that power, you know what I mean? Like, I almost wanted to call you Jafar. You know what I mean? I almost want to call you Jafar, bro. Like you got that power. All of a sudden, you want to be the almighty genie, and you hadn't done anything. You know,
I think the power came from the players, where you got, even I had a guy on one of my Stogie show that said the players run the NFL, and that's it was hard for me to grasp that, because I don't want no player telling me what to do. But coaches have to give into that at times.
Yeah.
At times you got to, and then that was nothing McDaniels was having. Some people say it's an ego or reputation or what I've been through. Yes, the dude has 6 Super Bowl rings he could throw, and it'll impress you. But are you a good dude? Evidently, he was not.
it
And
was
then
not.
and then the players that we have on our team, the dominant players, like Max and Josh and DA and Jacoby Jacoby's a leader, Jacoby's a vet, and then Miller and a lot of these guys that are overpowering voices in our locker room. It's what they say, because you're with them. You're going in with them. I want to hear this dude telling me, nah, I shouldn't do this. And then who would you listen to, your coach or DA? If you were Tucker, you listen to an all-pro, the Hall of Fame gonna be wide receiver, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
This is how to catch the ball and not drop it, bro.
I'm gonna listen to the guy that's doing it now versus the guy
Yeah,
who's never done it.
exactly. The players' league, and then AP knows that. Now, does Mark know? Is Mark seeing this? And
I think
not go.
Mark took big notice this last game. Big notice.
And then we took advantage of all them yelling and being happy. If you like that feeling, you like your team playing that way, then I'm sure it wasn't happy seeing 0 on that
Bro, I
scoreboard.
guarantee you they sold more beer
three
that
hours.
game, more beer and food that game at the concession stands than any other game they've had in that stadium since they got there. I guarantee you.
I was about to say something close to that. I'm like, hey,
I bet you Las Vegas made a shitload of money. Las Vegas probably made a shitload.
Whether you like AP or not, hey, he sells tickets. You know what I'm saying? Like,
hey, you know they made a shitload of money because the room rates aren't that high in the middle of the week. You know what I mean? They're slightly lower. So what small rooms you would normally get, you know what I mean? The bigger rooms are just a little bit cheaper. So the people opted to spend that little bit extra cash on the slightly bigger rooms and enjoy themselves while they were there. You know what I mean? So Vegas made some money on that end, and then they won, you know what I mean, 63-0. So Raider Image money came out of Raider Image that night. You know what I mean, right there attached to the stadium. They sold some hats and some shirts and some everything else.
I didn't know
when they win like that, money flows.
I didn't know they I was watching somebody else live. They were like blogging the tailgate. I didn't know that on the bridge they got like a mobile Raider Image. So you don't have to necessarily go to the one that's actually at the stadium. They actually
they got them all over the place. They got them rolling around all over the place, the parking lot and everything.
Yeah.
They're gonna sell their shit, bro.
They had like this huge trailer that was like Raider Image, and you can buy stuff from there. Like, obviously you ain't gonna get everything that you can get in the store, but like if you was just trying to pick up a Raider hat, I bet you can just pick that up from the trailer.
Yeah.
Before you get to the stadium,
they're gonna definitely make their money. They're gonna sell their shit. They're gonna make their money.
Yeah. This is a thing that I brought up on our show. Is that what you guys? I don't know if you brought it up, Twuan, or you talked about it. Was that the thing about Tyree? About him being drug tested after he started playing nose guard, really, and him pushing them 2 boys around all night. the way he was. They think this dude's on some juice. Because you know what, you know how both of you know how I criticized Wilson from the get go, and I didn't like the pick, but
I hear something coming. I hear something coming.
this dude on the inside. I'm not saying tackle. I'm saying he was playing nose guard, Aaron Donald position. Solid, right on dead on the center, blowing these dudes back time after time after time after time, and that just amazed me. Then I hear he got a note on his locker room saying, come over here and get drug tested.
One thing with Tyree though, and it works for him to be on the inside. He doesn't have to be as quick on his get off. But with Tyree, he has the one of the benefits that he had coming out was that he had power. So that works well for him. He can kind of cover up on his get off. His get off has got better. I'll say that. He's improved on his get off, but he can kind of get away with his get off being a little slower, but still have his power. And it's almost like, and I'm going to use an NBA reference. Like, you have a player that puts up 40 that night, and guess what? He's getting drug tested. So anything that looks a little out of the norm, they call it the random drug test, but they just be picking and choosing who. Okay, Tyree was a defensive end, but he's over here punking the biggest of the biggest bodies in the middle. You know what I'm saying? Let's go ahead and drug test him. So I think that's really what it is. He's just a strong guy. He really is.
Well, what I think, that's all funny, but what I think what Graham did was that since this guy's get off is so slow, he does what some coaches call is a dummy position move, to where you get closer to the ball and you see it move, then you go. You go.
Yeah.
I mean? He's a defensive end. His reaction is slower, but when he's right over that ball, he knows that he has to go. So we would call it a dummy position move or a smart man position move or something like that. It's not saying that Tyree's a big dummy, but that's just what coaches would call it. Move him closer to the ball so we can see it, so we can get off quicker.
I think he's playing.
It was a good move.
It's a great move. I think he's playing at a natural position, though. You know what I mean? His natural position is to play the inside. He's faster, and he's faster than those guys on the inside. Your center, your guard. He's way faster than them. He's stronger than them. You know what I mean? And he commands attention. If he's bigger, he's not that he's even bigger. It's the fact that he's technically smaller.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
He's 270. He's 265. If he's gonna play nose guard, you got to put on some weight.
He's too quick for those guys, and that's gonna serve him perfect in his career, man. You know what I mean?
He was getting double teamed, smashing that. Then they brought a running back, smashing that running back into it, over and over and over.
He takes up manpower. He takes up manpower. And
what's even better is that the center got hurt. Or he just got tired of blocking this dude, faked like he was hurt, because then they put another guy in there and pour him. He was just dominating.
I just feel like they, just schematically, I think they definitely got to put a big body next to Tyree. You know what I'm saying? Just because he's more on. He can play on the inside, but he's more on the slender side in regard in that guard. So having a big body next to him kind of helps him out a little bit, you know what I'm saying, in regards to, you know, stopping the run or stuffing the run and doing all those things with his slender frame.
You got to be big though, because you got to be bigger than 270. You don't. If this dude could be a defensive end and play nose guard, and if he plays nose guard, he can play tackle. If he can play all over that line, then you got a weapon for a long, long time, and a good weapon.
And who is he compared to that we had on our team?
I would say right now the potential is being better than Tuck. But if right now Tuck would go inside, but he wasn't as successful as him being a pass rusher. But to me, it looks like this guy could be better on the inside than he would be a pass rusher because his reaction is so limited. You know, his get off is so right now is off there. You have to get off there fast to beat them tackles. These tackles are now that they're making are athletic as hell.
Yeah, I called this move though. You know what I mean? I called this move early. I
was skeptical that he went to tackle, but when he went to nose guard, I go, this dude's right over the center.
I figured he'd play inside, but I also thought Chandler Jones would still be here too. So I can't really say too much about you know that.
And you like Peters too. So that's 3.
No, I didn't like Chandler Jones. I didn't like Chandler Jones. I just thought he would still be here because that was their guy. I never thought I didn't. This was pre-freak out Chandler Jones. You know what I mean? This was pre-freaked out Chandler Jones when everybody's like, man, he gonna be here because this they guy. I'm like, fuck, I gotta deal with it.
Like we got Kuntz being Chandler Jones now.
Yep.
Hey, no, we got Kuntz being Malcolm Kuntz. We will not put that tag on him. We have Kuntz being a better
Arizona. When Chandler was with Arizona.
Let's go New England. Let's go all the way back to New England, Chandler.
With Chandler Jones in.
Yeah. You know.
He was still psycho, but he's not this psycho.
Yeah, not like this.
But no matter what anybody thinks about Chandler Jones, if he gets himself right, he's going to be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, his numbers are still. you can't deny the numbers.
It might take a while. Because what he's doing now, but he'll get it.
I mean, if he continues,
so with Justin Tuck.
If he continues doing what he's doing now, it may not. But it all depends. You know, because he keeps saying CTE ain't it real, but it's like, bro, we obviously are looking at somebody suffering from CTE. It's very obvious.
Something, dog.
Or his brother's shit. Look at his brother.
His
brother got dinged in the head just as much as Chandler Jones did. He's the same way.
That's why I take my hats off to those who go in there and get their face and head bashed in there just for the sheer entertainment of somebody else. But hey, go ahead. I'm not fucking doing it.
I play football. I play football to do that, but
but I'm not stepping in no rings, octagons, and nothing. Yeah, bro, you fucking crazy. I'm not doing that shit.
That
was a bubble wrap over my head.
Speaking of octagon and you know people getting hit in the octagon, man, that pop that Kuntz put on that quarterback, like I can still hear that ringing in my ear now.
Man,
Kuntz was not playing around, and you know it actually paid. It paid because there's been plenty of times where Kuntz would get back there and, you know, the quarterback would slide and Max would benefit from it. This one, Max was putting pressure and Kuntz was able to clean it up, you know, this time. So it was refreshing for him to kind of get paid back for plenty of times where I seen where, Kuntz was giving alley oops to Max Crosby. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, what it was, Twuan, it was where it started was Wilson in the middle, putting that center and the guard back to that quarterback's face. And the thing was about that quarterback was that he was a mobile guy. He could run around all over the place. And what he did was that Wilson did what he was supposed to do. I don't even think Wilson knew what he was doing was a good thing, but he probably did. But he was pushing those guys so far up behind the line of scrimmage is that this guy would go outside and there was Kuntz. And you go to this side and there was Crosby, or you try to get away from Crosby, Kuntz was right there, or somebody was there, to clean it all up, like you said. But we have to do that, against Mahomes, because Mahomes is. I don't think Mahomes. It'll be an awesome thing to do to have Wilson back there again, but they're going to be expecting it, and then they might throw another chip. Maybe their guards are better, which I know they are. His offensive line's pretty good, and then if we need to just that being a threat, or me even saying, I don't know, I don't even know how I'm saying that Wilson could be a threat in the middle, but I seen it and I was impressed by it. And if that could work, that would be something different that Andy Reid has to worry about. You know what I mean? That we got this guy up the middle. Where'd he come from? He used to play defensive end last time we played him. He barely played. And then now we have that presence inside. Tillery had a good game. Jenkins got in there. Those guys were just all where the quarterback was supposed to be. And that's what we need to do this week.
I also feel like, we were, I was talking about Kuntz, is like, you feel like I'm not going to say they're going to spend a whole hour, talking about Kuntz, but they got to in their scouting report, they got to talk about Kuntz for a couple of minutes at least. What he's been doing for the past couple of weeks.
This ain't the only game. He's been close to home many games. I think he got a sack.
Obviously, it's a segment taking place. There's definitely got to be a segment taking place when it comes to, what I mean. This whole defensive line, requires a certain way of going about having to coach against us week by week. You know what I mean? They continuously get better. They're finding ways to, I think they're finding combinations. You know what I mean? And once they figure out all these combinations of different lines and how people are going, man, bro, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard to stop. It really is. Like you got two really good defensive ends, bro. Like one of them is Hall of Fame bound, bro. Like there can't be no way that man don't ever get into the Hall of Fame, bro. He should be all damn ring or not, bro. That guy should be first year inductee, bro. You know what I mean? First ballot. And the other one is coming along, bro. Everybody knew he had it in him. It was just, when were we going to get to see it? When was he going to get the opportunity to show it? You know what I mean? And I think now is that time. And I think it's perfect timing because we have him wrapped up for another year or two, if I'm not mistaken. Another year or two. So, now is the time. And I like it.
We got Minnesota to 3 points. They busted out 24 today? 24, 26 points today. That did, even though the way we played, that from 0 to 24, that defense was solid. You gotta look at that. You always look at the game after. You always know that they're pissed, but that's a so-called, that's a coordinator that went from a tree, it was a coordinator that got that job. So that's him calling those plays.
Yeah.
So he got worked on. That defense is getting better and better and better. Almost just about 2 shutouts.
Yeah. That, gave up some garbage time shit, but
Yeah,
it was garbage time.
shut him out. I would consider that
Shut
I
him out
wasn't
3
pissed.
quarters, damn near 3/4.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm.
For the most part. So for me, I'm like, I don't, bro. If anybody thought we was gonna put up that many points in the first place, you was lying to yourself. You was lying to everybody else. And then you got, at that point in time when they actually scored in the third quarter, what was we up? 56-0 at that point? 39. No, we was up 49-0 at that point already.
Yeah.
Hey, bro, we let you score, then we came out, and then we scored twice in a row for you.
Defensively.
Yeah. So it's like, man, I ain't even tripping on those. You know what I mean? The game was out of reach. You're allowed to make mistakes when the game is out of reach. You know what I mean? You could make all the mistakes in the world. You know what I mean? With 7 minutes left in the fourth quarter when I'm up 63-7, you can make all the mistakes in the world you want to make, bro. Yeah. So, but I appreciate you.
I like the fact that we scored. We got a turnover and we scored. Offensively, that we ran into the red zone and we got in. That we haven't did that in a while. I can't remember the last game that we've ever done that.
Did it twice. It felt nice to do it twice too. You know what I mean? So I appreciate you. I'm about to go lay it down. As always, man. Blessings upon blessings, man. All right.
Good talking with you.
You too.
Take care, man. Yeah, that's Dirty Raider, Life of the Nation. If you guys have not, go ahead and check him out. You know what I'm saying? Be a part of his community over there. He does a lot of late night stuff, so definitely if you're up right now, you definitely will catch Dirty Raider doing a late night show. So definitely you want to, be a part of that. Yeah, this game, I just trying to exhaust everything possible in regards to the Chargers game, so we can move on into the Chiefs game. I hope that I hope the mentality that we had in the Chargers game, we take that into the Chiefs game. There was things prior to a couple of weeks ago, before the Chiefs, before the Chargers game, that I felt like the mentality was they were trying to protect Aiden O'Connell in some type of way, kind of like sheltering him in a certain way, and I don't know if that's the best way to explain it, but that's just the best way I can try to explain it. And they didn't do that in the Chargers game. You know what I'm saying? Yes, they did protect him, up front with the offensive line, but when it came to play calling, when it came to, it almost like they just was like, okay, go ahead and do your thing. You know what I'm saying? All gas, you know what I'm saying? And I think taking that mentality moving forward, allowing Aiden O'Connell to, even take risks, you know what I'm saying? Throw it, you know what I'm saying? if that's what it is, or, be aggressive in that effort, you know what I'm saying? Of course, be smart about it as a quarterback playing, but, go ahead and make some plays. And I think that's what I saw out of the Chargers game that I want them to carry into, moving forward. These next 3 games, I don't want to see three consecutive runs. You know what I'm saying? Like, get the ball down the field, or don't be throwing it, laterally. You know what I'm saying? Get vertical.
Twuan, you spend a lot of people spend a lot of time, you're setting a game plan, right? And when you deviate from that game plan just because one thing doesn't work, you just go all over the place after that. You know what I mean? So you wanna that's what I sense from AP is that he does he tries to get the best game plan together. Like they spent a bye week and another week, you know, on Minnesota, and
Yeah.
he didn't get no points, and you didn't get no points. So what? So we're thinking, what did you guys do? You hear that in the chat. What do we do for 2 weeks? Bullshit.
Yeah.
Those guys were working. They seen things that they can manipulate and they could take advantage of, but it didn't work. And then if you rushed away from that game plan that collectively a bunch of guys got together and said, "Hey, this is what I think we should do." Looking at tape, hours and hours, and those guys don't sleep. And then they're just sitting there looking at all this. What could work? They're just not gonna. They put that much time into that game plan. They're not gonna just say, "Oh, squash it." After a couple of plays, and something happens bad, and they just drop it. That ain't gonna happen. And then I can almost guarantee you that doesn't happen. And then what they did for Chargers was that it worked, you know, and then with less days, and then now we got a little bit more time. We've come off buys with Kansas City, and the same result would always happen. You know what it is, and if we could see what this coaching staff is gonna do, and not we know what type of team that we got now, that we won't just toss things out because we're getting beat, or toss things out because we don't have control of the game or what we think. I think they know what they're doing. AP knows what he wants, and we'll see what happens with the Chiefs. I go, man, I'm done with this 63 already, or whatever they scored. We gotta worry about a different whole, thing. We're playing against the Super Bowl champs. And yeah, they might be having a down year or look like it, but they don't look like a Super Bowl team right now. We got to take advantage of that.
Yeah. Absolutely. I completely agree with you, man. I just love, like I said, I love the energy from the Chargers game, and just hopefully that'll translate over. I just hope that it does. Because I think we do got something special, even with the craziness of our the season and all the things that we have gone through up to this point. I still think that we got something. I think we got something here. I really think we do. And I'm talking about, when I say something here, I think it's the players. I think we got something with our players here. And they just gotta, just put it together. And it's hard not to look at the Chargers game, because I feel like the Chargers game was a good indicator of when everything is working, you know what I'm saying, and ticking, and you know what I'm saying, and doing its thing. What happens when the defense is playing stellar and the offense is playing stellar, and special teams?
I thought I would never see that.
Yeah, what grade can you give each of those sides of the ball? You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to give, if you giving one an A+, the lowest you can probably give, is an A- to one of them. You know what I'm saying? But it was all, you know what I'm saying? You look at it and it's like, dang, A, at least an A. You know what I'm saying? And hopefully, like I said, because they got a taste of what it could be, that would be like the bar, you know what I'm saying, of we have to strive to get to that again. You know what I'm saying? It's like when it repetition, right? A golfer, he swings 1,000 swings, but he knows when he hits the ball good, and he remembers that in his bank. He's like, I know how I felt when I hit that hole in one. You know what I'm saying? And like that's what I want this team to savor out of the Charger game, because I think that'll be a benchmark, not just for this season, but these guys are gonna, it hopefully for me, hopefully they'll be around next year too. You know what I'm saying? So they can even think about, oh, remember when we played remember that Charger game last year? Okay, let's try to recreate that feeling again,
That we don't want to get spoiled just with that game though, Twuan.
Yeah.
It's gonna be I hate to bust people's bubble because that was a great game, but it's going to be rare to see this team, any team in NFL, score 60-something points on another team.
Absolutely.
And we can't get hopes that that's the way we're going to play all the time, because you could come off 63 and we're going to be upset if we score 21 and win the game, or maybe 17 points and win the game. I'm going to be happy either way. As long as we get the victory. But that's what you have to do. We won the game. Yes, that's a lot of points. That's good. We dominated the game, but we're playing a totally different team, a better team with a good coach, great coach, and that knows that I know team doesn't feel that way about him.
Yeah.
So you just gotta come to your senses. It was a great win. I'm not trying to bring it down in any way or anything like that, but don't expect. I don't want to see chats and say, "Well, shit, we scored 63. Why do we score 21 now?"
Yeah.
Or 17 or 14. I go, as long as we get the victory, doesn't matter how much, what it is.
And I agree with you too on that same lane. I just because I also recognize that you can have the A in defense, you can have the A in offense, you can have the A in special teams, and that still equate to 21 points, or that equate to 17 points. You can still have those A grades, you know what I'm saying, for each side, each sector of the ball, but it just equates to a different point, you know what I'm saying? And that's just, for me, like I said, it's not necessarily the 63 points, but it's just that feeling of we all scored an A today. You know what I'm saying? Let's do what it takes to make sure we're getting an A every, you know what I'm saying, on all sides. You know what I'm saying? Not just the A.
Do what we have to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Do what we have to do.
Exactly. So,
but for instance, I hate to bring up other teams, but look, Denver got smacked by 70 or 50 in Miami, right? Miami's not playing like that no more. Whereas they got their best player hurt, but look at Denver; they're in the playoff race ahead of us. So that's not the same team. You know what I mean? that we played against. Yeah, Denver Raider game is going to be a pretty good game, bro.
Yeah.
We not looking forward too much, but it's going to be a pretty good game, because that's a totally different team, and so are we, and so are the Raiders now. We got to pull it together, same way, same physical football team, because I think that's the way AP wants his team to play, is physical. You don't want to get thrown around out there, and then we didn't get thrown around against Minnesota either. So if we keep that up, we'll be all right, man. As long as our team gets better, we're showing like guys like Parham and Mumford, and guys like Diablo had a great game. Koontz, had a great day. What they're doing with Tyree, you know, we didn't even know who the corner. We didn't even know who the corner on the other side was, or whatever his name was, because we were getting sacks or you know, it was a plethora of corners that played on the other side of Jones or the new guy we got.
Yeah.
It was I seen a Hall in there, I seen a Meek in there, I seen Hobbs playing a little bit of corner. So all those three guys, they helped it up. This shows you how much a good interior will benefit a secondary if you're good right there.
Yeah.
And our linebackers haven't been playing good for the last couple of weeks. They've been playing good.
Yeah. And like definitely we have things to, you know, definitely some positives to take from you know, from what we've been seeing with Antonio Pierce, you know, under leadership. So I'm excited for what's to come, man. Hey, look, hey, Gravy, I think we pulled out another, you know, saying back in the day special, man. We've been here 4 hours and 30 minutes. You know what I'm saying?
I've been here about 2. I've been here about 2. Buzz had a 2 hour before.
Yeah.
4 hours is good for me.
Yeah. So
but man, it's always good. It's always good to be on with you, Twuan.
Hey, you already
Talk
know,
football
man.
with you,
Much love to you, man. And I know you guys got a lot of things going on over there. So, you know, go ahead and let, you know, everybody know what you got going with YouTube.
Okay. Oh, well, I have my own show. I'm not on it very much. It's a Coach Gravy. We like to sub to that. Check it out. I haven't done a lot on that show, but I'm planning. I have 3 weeks off because I work at school and they have a long ass vacation. So I have a show called Stogies with Gravy. So Twuan, I've sent you something, but usually it's it. But during this week, I'm gonna be planning to have some Stogies with Gravy. So they're probably gonna be in the morning, but in mid afternoon type stuff. But if you want to chat and see what's going on, and also me, Lo, and Gabe have a show is Raider Nation Live. It's doing very good, and if you guys want to sub to that, check that out. Give us a little push, and we would appreciate it. It's Raider Nation Live.
Yeah, you guys know where that's at. You guys, the link is I believe the link has been already put into the chat, so you guys can get involved. You know what I'm saying? There's so many good content creators out there, and this is one that I will put my stamp on. Is Gravy. Me and him has done so many shows together, you know, as sidekicks for other people, and now we have both, you know what I'm saying, stepped into doing our own, you know. So we definitely, like I said, I stamp you know, Gravy when it comes to, you know, the game of football, and especially the Raiders. So definitely you want to check out Gravy. And then also also, where is it at?
I threw it away already. Probably got a gift in it. You give it somebody else.
Oh yes, right here. Look, Gravy's top shelf oils. You know what I'm saying? If you need to get yourself lubricated for your lady, you know what I'm saying, definitely get you some Gravy's top shelf oil. Your lady don't want to be, you know, she likes the bush, but she don't like, you know, the dry bush. You know what I'm saying? Get it lubricated for your lady. And Gravy can definitely direct you in what you need and how much you need, and he got all these nice fragrances and everything else. You know what I'm saying? So definitely check out Gravy's top shelf.
Be almost done with that box already, Twuan. Shoot.
I just got the box. Man.
You look like you've been kicking that box around, right? No, but it is a facial hair product. You know, Twuan Twuan said a bush, but I guess women can use it too. They have facial hair, but it's for your beard and the mustaches and things like that to get it conditioned and take care of your skin also.
So,
Been
some of,
moving good. Been moving good for the Christmas time and things like that. A lot of work, but it's moving well, for the holidays. But right now, if you like some, the way shipping is right now, I doubt if you'll get it for a gift. But if someone's in your town that you just want to hand something to, feel free to get at Gravy's Top Shelf Oils on Instagram, and I'll be glad to help you out. Or just get at me solo, and Gravy's Top Shelf Oils with my business will take care of you for your facial hair needs. You can use it any other place too. It's good for your skin. I said, I don't know what it does for lube and things like that, but I guess Twan's a professional with that.
Hey, and I will say this, that some women have better beards than some of our men.
Yeah. I would see that, but I would love to. I've seen them in the circus.
Hey, I'm just saying. Hey, that's what's going on around here in this times we live in. But hey, you guys remember, you guys are a blessing. Be a blessing to someone else. Subscribe, click the like button. You guys know, hey, we're at Raider Twuan. This is the congregation live. So definitely, you guys, if you guys were listening to this or watching this, the next time we do a congregation live, it's an open panel for, any person that wants to come up and talk their, Raider football 2 cents or whatever. Is open for everybody, for you guys to talk your guys' stuff. So you guys have a blessed day. I will tell you guys this. I normally don't give a good word on a congregation live, but I want to tell you guys this as I leave. Embrace the life that you have, because life is but a vapor. And I don't want to go into it even longer. But I had some experiences that I saw that made me realize how precious life can be, and life is. So definitely embrace the life that you have, and recognize that your life is better because you're able to inhale and exhale. So you guys have a blessed day. Again, your blessing, be a blessing to someone else. And you guys know what I always say. Let's go, Raiders.
What I love.
Today is a day when our heroes of the past become our legends of the future. Time never really stops for the great ones. We wrap them in a cloak of immortality and remember what great people they were. We recognize you, Virginia man, his sons Mike and Joey. They were a football family, so that John could pursue his dreams. Tonight the 12-4 and a tribute to John Madden and Al Davis, who declared that the fire that burns the brightest in the Raiders organization is the will to win. Ladies and gentlemen, the Madden family.